So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel, and today we are gonna see what if Harry Potter was corrupted Diety. In this in this story, Harry Potter will be overpowered, evil, godlike. So if you're new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Now without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are gonna see an amazing what if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what if stories, please let me know below the comments section. Now without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter became corrupted deity? The green light hit Harry square in the chest. For half a second he expected pain, a clean snap, a drop into nothing. Instead the world stretched. His lungs forgot how to work. The air tasted like metal and burned leaves, like someone had struck a giant match right under his tongue. The wind screamed through the trees and it did not sound like wind anymore. It sounded like voices, thin and angry, dragging over each other. Harry's fingers clenched around the little stone in his palm so hard his knuckles went white. The invisibility cloak was half on his shoulders, half hanging off, soaked at the hem. Somewhere behind him, Hagrid was still tied to the tree, gagged, eyes huge and wet. Harry could hear him trying to breathe through the cloth. Voldemort stood a few steps away, wand raised, face sharp with triumph. The elder wand looked wrong in his hand, like it wanted to twist away. His followers were all around him, dark shapes between trunks, watching like it was a show. The clearing stank of sweat and smoke and blood. The grass was flattened with footprints and bodies. Harry tried to inhale. Nothing went in. Something went out. It poured out of him before he could even understand it was happening. Not light, not heat. A feeling, like the inside of his ribs had turned into a vacuum. He felt the curse inside him, not as a blade, but as a wave. It hit his heart, and instead of stopping it, it cracked it open. The world went bright, then black. And then it was not black. It was crowded. Harry's scar went hot, like someone pressed a brand into it. His teeth rattled. He opened his mouth to scream and no sound came, because the scream was already happening in his head, too loud to fit through a throat. There was something else with the curse. Not just the green, not just death. A shape. A shard. A piece of hate with edges like glass. It slammed into him, and his magic grabbed it. He did not choose to. It just did. It was like swallowing smoke that had thoughts. He tasted ozone. He tasted old rot. He tasted the way a thunderstorm feels right before lightning hits. He saw it too. Not with his eyes. With whatever part of him had always been able to sense magic. He saw Voldemort's soul like black energy, tangled, twisted into itself, dragging sparks behind it. It did not try to escape. It poured into him like fuel. Harry's hands shook. His knees buckled, but he did not fall, because falling stopped existing as a concept. Up and down didn't matter. Left and right didn't matter. The clearing, the trees, the people, all of it blurred like wet paint. A voice inside him, small and terrified, said, "Stop. Stop. Stop." Another voice, colder, said, "Take it. Fix it." Harry tried to think of Hermione's face, of Ron's stupid grin, of Ginny's hand grabbing his sleeve when she was trying to be brave. He tried to cling to that like a rope. The rope burned. He was moving without moving. He was somewhere else without walking. White tiles stretched under his feet. King's Cross. Only it wasn't clean. It wasn't bright. It wasn't safe. Black vines crawled over the floor like veins, thick and wet, pulsing in time with a heartbeat that was not his. The air was cold enough to sting. The ceiling hung too low, pressing down, and every light flickered like it was scared. Harry's chest rose for the first time and the breath scraped his throat. He coughed, and the sound echoed wrong, like the station was hollow. Someone stood near the tracks. Dumbledore. Harry's stomach lurched with relief, and then it dropped again because Dumbledore was not smiling. He was crying. Not a dignified terror. Not a gentle, wise sadness. He looked wrecked. His shoulders were hunched. His hands shook. His eyes were red like he had been crying for hours. Harry took a step and the vines under his shoes squelched. "Professor," Harry said, and his voice came out too steady. That scared him more than anything. Dumbledore's gaze snapped up. When he looked at Harry, it was like he was seeing something behind him, something standing in the same space. His mouth opened, then closed. He swallowed hard. "Oh, my boy," Dumbledore whispered. "Oh, Harry." Harry's fingers tightened around the stone. He could still feel it, even here. It was warm now, like it had been sitting in sunlight. His scar throbbed with each beat of his pulse. "What's happening?" Harry asked. His voice sounded normal to his ears, but the air around the words rippled, like the station didn't like being spoken to. Dumbledore took a shaky breath. He looked past Harry's shoulder. His gaze flinched like something moved. "I miscalculated," Dumbledore said, and it did not sound like an admission. It sounded like an apology that had been rotting in his mouth for years. "I thought the Hallows would anchor you. I thought love would be enough." Harry wanted to laugh. It came out as a hard exhale. "Love," Harry said. "Right." The vines twitched, like they liked that word. Dumbledore stepped closer, careful, like he was approaching a wild animal. "Harry," he said, voice cracking, "you can still choose. You can let go. You can go back and finish this as yourself." Harry stared at him. His hands were trembling now. He hated that. He hated feeling weak even in a place that wasn't real. "I tried being myself," Harry said. "It got everyone killed." Dumbledore's face crumpled. He opened his mouth, but Harry didn't let him speak. "I saw Sirius drop," Harry said, and the words came out flat, like he was reading a list. "I saw Cedric. I saw Dobby. I saw Dumbledore. I saw Remus and Tonks. I saw Fred lying there like a broken doll." He swallowed. The stone pressed into his palm like it was listening. "I'm tired," Harry said. "I'm so tired." The vines pulsed faster. The air got colder. Dumbledore's eyes widened. "Harry," he said sharper now, "do you feel that? That pull? That is not you. That is the corruption. That is Voldemort's shard inside you. You must not feed it." Harry laughed then. It came out low. It felt wrong. It didn't sound like him. "I didn't invite it in," Harry said. "It came anyway." Dumbledore reached out like he was going to grab Harry's arm. His hand hovered a few inches away, then stopped, like he couldn't make himself touch him. Like touching him would hurt. "Please," Dumbledore said. "Let it go." Harry looked down at the stone. In his mind, he saw the clearing again. He saw Voldemort's face. He saw the green light. He saw Hagrid's eyes. He saw the Death Eaters waiting to cheer. He saw Ron and Hermione somewhere in the castle, fighting, bleeding, thinking he was dead. He thought of Ginny. His chest tightened. "I can't," Harry said, and his voice was almost a whisper. "If I let go, it goes back out there. It keeps happening. It never stops. Dumbledore's face went pale. Harry, he said, and there was a warning in it now. This is not stopping. This is control. This is stasis. This is taking away what makes people alive. Harry lifted his head. His eyes burned like he'd been staring into a fire. Alive? Harry repeated. Is that what you call this? The station shuddered. The vines crawled faster. The air thickened, like it was turning into syrup. Dumbledore's lips trembled. I am sorry, he said, and it was the most human Harry had ever heard him. Harry blinked. And the station collapsed. Not like a building falling. Like reality folding in on itself, like a piece of paper crumpling in a fist. The vines snapped back into nothing. The white tiles melted. The cold became heat. The sound came back all at once, a blast of screams and spells and fire. Harry's body slammed back into the clearing. He hit the ground hard enough to jar his teeth. For 1 second, he was just a boy on dirt, lungs burning, throat raw. Then his magic surged again, and he stopped being only that. He rolled onto his back. The sky above the trees was black with smoke. The branches shook with distant explosions. A Death Eater laughed somewhere to his left, loud and ugly. He's dead, someone shouted, and there was relief in it. Harry's eyes opened. They were not green anymore. Hagrid made a noise through the gag, a broken sound like he was trying to call Harry's name. Voldemort's smile faltered. He stepped forward, wand still raised, as if his body hadn't gotten the message that this was over. Harry sat up slowly. The clearing went quiet, and it was the kind of quiet that had weight. Birds stopped calling. The wind died like someone had cut its throat. Even the distant battle noises felt muffled, like they were behind thick glass. Harry's heart hammered. He could feel each beat in his fingertips. He could feel his blood moving. He could also feel something else now, threaded through him, humming. Voldemort's soul shard was inside him. Not trapped. Held. Harry pushed himself to his feet. His legs didn't wobble. His body moved like it knew exactly where it was, exactly what it weighed, exactly what it could do. It terrified him how smooth it felt. A Death Eater took a step back. Another one did too. The circle of dark figures loosened, the bravado slipping. Voldemort stared at Harry with confusion that quickly turned to fury. No! Voldemort hissed. No, that is impossible! Harry's mouth opened. He meant to say, I'm alive. What came out was, enough. It wasn't a spell. It didn't feel like one. It was just a word. The air snapped. Every Death Eater in the clearing froze mid-movement. The one who had been raising his wand stayed like that, arm locked. The one who had been laughing stopped with his mouth open, like the sound got stuck in his throat. Their skin went pale, then white, then brittle. It did not look like death. It looked like preservation gone wrong. Salt spread over them like frost. It crept up their boots, over their robes, across their hands. Some of them tried to scream, but their throats stiffened. Their eyes widened and then the moisture in them drained away, leaving dull emptiness. Bellatrix Lestrange, still half in a laugh, became a statue in a heartbeat. Her grin stayed carved on her face, fixed forever like a joke she didn't get to finish. A couple of Death Eaters toppled as the salt made them too heavy. When they hit the ground, they cracked. The sound was sharp and clean, like someone breaking pottery. Hagrid thrashed against the ropes, eyes wild. Voldemort jerked his wand up, snarling. Avada Kedavra! The green light burst from the tip, but it didn't fly straight. It bent. It curved toward Harry like it was being pulled on a string. Harry did not move. The curse hit the air in front of him and got swallowed. It vanished like it had never existed. Voldemort stared, face twitching, lips peeling back in something like panic. Harry took one step forward. Dirt crunched under his shoe. His body still felt human, but the space around him felt wrong, like it was leaning in. Voldemort backed up. You! Voldemort spat. You are nothing. You are a boy. You are a broken little. Harry raised his hand. Not his wand. His hand. Voldemort's mouth snapped shut like someone had slammed a door. Harry's fingers were shaking. Not from fear. From pressure. Like he was holding back an ocean. He could feel Voldemort's magic spilling out of him, pouring into Harry like water draining from a cracked cup. Voldemort's eyes widened. He tried to fight it, wand jerking, shoulders straining. Stop! Voldemort choked, and it was the first time Harry had ever heard him sound weak. Harry walked closer until they were an arm's length apart. Voldemort's breath came fast. His pupils were blown wide. His skin looked thin, stretched over bone. Harry could smell him. Old sweat. Cold rage. Something sharp like burned herbs. You wanted to live forever, Harry said softly. His voice was not soft in the clearing. It echoed. It layered over itself, like more than one person was speaking in the same tone. It made the hairs on the back of Harry's neck lift, and he hated it. Voldemort's eyes flicked down to the stone in Harry's hand. His lips peeled back. What have you done? Harry's gaze dropped to Voldemort's chest. To the place where a heart should be beating. Harry could feel it, though, that ugly core of hunger. I'm fixing it, Harry said. Voldemort's face twisted with disgust. You don't even know what you are. Harry reached out and put his hand on Voldemort's shoulder. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't a killing curse. It was a touch. Voldemort screamed. Not a normal scream. It sounded like someone tearing cloth. It sounded like a kettle boiling and a person drowning at the same time. His body turned to ash under Harry's palm. It did not burn. It disintegrated, falling apart in gray flakes that drifted down and dissolved before they hit the ground. As he went, Voldemort's head tipped back and his eyes rolled white. I see it, Voldemort gasped, voice breaking. I see the void. Then he was gone. The ash vanished. Harry stood there, hand still raised, palm empty. He blinked. For 1 second, he felt like he might throw up. His stomach clenched hard. His throat tightened. He swallowed and forced it down. His ears rang. The clearing smelled cleaner, weirdly, like rain on stone. His scar had stopped burning. It felt cold now, like a patch of ice under his skin. Behind him, Hagrid made a muffled sob. Harry turned. Hagrid's eyes were fixed on him like he didn't know who he was looking at. His face was streaked with tears and dirt. He was shaking so hard the ropes dug into his arms. Harry stepped toward him. The grass under Harry's feet crisped, not burning, just drying out instantly, like all the water got pulled away. Hagrid tried to speak through the gag. It came out as a desperate grunt. Harry stopped in front of him. He stared at the ropes. For a moment, he meant to pull them free. He lifted 2 fingers instead. The ropes dissolved into dust. The gag fell away. Hagrid sucked in a huge breath and then he made a broken sound. Harry, he whispered. Harry, what did he do to ya? Harry's chest tightened. He wanted to say, nothing. I'm fine. It's over. His mouth opened and the wrong words came out. He did nothing to me, Harry said gently. He is gone. You are safe now. Hagrid's eyes flicked over Harry's face. His gaze caught on Harry's eyes and he flinched like someone slapped him. Harry swallowed. He could feel the pull again, tugging at him toward the castle. Toward the place where the fighting still raged. He looked up at the trees. He could feel every spell being cast on the grounds. Like tiny sparks. Like 1,000 people screaming in the same room. It was too loud. He could stop it. He did stop it. Harry did not run. He did not apparate. He just lifted off the ground like gravity had changed its mind. He was not flying. He was falling upward. The trees shrank under him. The smoke layer slid past his face. The air got colder as he rose, biting his cheeks. His hair whipped back. He tasted ash. The castle came into view, huge and broken, windows blown out, stone blackened. Spells flashed around the towers, red and green and blue streaks. Screams echoed in bursts. Harry lifted his hand. He did not aim. He did not choose targets. He just let the pressure inside him breathe out. A wave rolled across the grounds. It hit like invisible weight. Every person, every body, every creature on the lawn slammed down. Knees hit dirt. Hands flailed. Wands clattered out of fingers. A centaur crashed to the ground with a shout. A giant stumbled and dropped to one knee. Death Eaters, students, order members, everyone pinned. The air went so still it felt wrong. Harry floated above them, heart pounding, sweat cooling on his skin. He could hear people gasping against the pressure. He could hear someone sobbing. He could hear a scream cut off mid-breath. He angled himself toward the broken doors, and the pressure moved with him like a shadow. As he passed over the courtyard, he saw faces turned up. He saw fear. He saw relief. He saw confusion. He saw hate. He saw Ron. Ron was on the ground near a chunk of fallen stone, red hair plastered to his forehead with sweat. His cheek was smeared with blood. His eyes were wide, locked on Harry like he couldn't process what he was seeing. Hermione was next to him, pinned with one hand splayed against the floor, the other still clenched around her wand. Her lips were moving like she was trying to cast, and nothing was coming out. Ginny was a few feet away, face white, eyes bright with tears. She wasn't looking at anyone else. Just Harry. Harry's chest twisted hard, sharp enough to make him flinch. Something inside him tried to reach for her, tried to pull her close the way he used to, like she was an anchor. The pull turned into a demand. Bring her into safety. Bring all of them into safety. No more death. Never again. Harry drifted through the wrecked doorway and into the entrance hall. Dust hung in the air. A chunk of ceiling had fallen and cracked the tiles. Smoke curled from a broken suit of armor. The pressure followed him, pinning everyone inside too. People were sprawled across the floor, frozen mid-fight. A Death Eater had his wand pointed at a student's throat, and now both of them were stuck, shaking under the weight. Harry looked at them and felt nothing but impatience. This was messy. This was the problem. He moved forward and the pressure eased only for the people he stepped around, like the weight knew where he wanted to go. The great hall doors were open. Inside, it was chaos. Tables were overturned. Bodies lay on the floor. Someone was crying near the staff table. The air stank of smoke and sweat and blood, and something sour, like fear, had a smell now. Harry floated in. The sound shifted the second he crossed the threshold. Not silence exactly. More like the room swallowed noise. Like everything got muffled, pulled under water. Heads turned. Professor McGonagall was near the staff table, face tight, hair coming loose from her bun. She was on one knee, pinned, one hand braced on the floor. Her eyes tracked Harry with a sharpness that was almost defiance. Kingsley Shacklebolt was nearby, jaw clenched, sweat running down his temple. Molly Weasley was hunched over someone on the ground, trapped halfway between a sob and a scream. Harry's eyes went to the Weasleys without meaning to. George was there. He was on the floor beside Fred's body, hands shaking as he tried to cover Fred's chest like he could hold him together. His face was streaked with tears. His missing ear made him look even younger, like the war had chewed him up. Ron was forcing himself forward against the pressure, muscles trembling, hands digging into the stone like he was trying to crawl toward Harry. "Harry!" Ron rasped, and it came out strangled. "Mate, what the hell, you alive? You're. Hermione's voice cut in, sharper even through fear. "Ron, shut up. He can hear you." "I know he can bloody hear me," Ron snapped back, voice cracking. "Harry, look at me. Look at me. Are you all right?" Harry hovered over the center of the hall, above the wrecked space where the house tables used to be. He looked down at them all and tried to make his face soften. He smiled. It felt like putting on a mask. "I am well," Harry said, and the hall echoed with it, the words layered like a choir that forgot how to sing kindly. "I have resolved the problem." Hermione's eyes widened. She swallowed hard. "Resolved? Harry, what do you mean? Voldemort, is he?" "He is gone," Harry said. "He will not return." A wave of relief rippled through the hall, and it was messy. Someone sobbed louder. Someone laughed once, hysterical. A student whispered, "He did it!" like a prayer. Ron's shoulders sagged for half a second, the relief visible. Then he looked up again and his face tightened. "How?" he demanded. "Harry, what did you do?" Harry stared at Ron and felt an odd, distant fondness. Like looking at something he used to carry in his pocket. Like an old charm. Ron's voice was too loud. Too emotional. Too unpredictable. A variable. Harry kept his voice gentle. "I fixed it," he said. "No one has to die ever again." Ginny's breath hitched. She pushed against the pressure, face straining. "Harry," she said, voice raw. "What are you talking about? Come down. Just come down and talk to me, yeah? Please." Harry turned his head toward her. The pull inside him surged again, hungry and soft at the same time. Ginny was there. Ginny was alive. Harry's eyes burned. He wanted to land. He wanted to touch her hand. He wanted to feel something normal. The hall's silence pressed in, and the normal feelings slipped away. Harry's gaze drifted down to the bodies on the floor. Too many. Too much loss. He saw a familiar face among them, and something in him caught. Fred Weasley. Fred lay on his back, eyes half open, skin waxy, hair matted with blood. His mouth was slightly open like he had been about to joke and never got the words out. George's hands were still on him, gripping his shirt so hard his knuckles looked ready to split. Harry felt his throat tighten. He remembered Fred in the kitchen at the Burrow, winking like the world was simple. He remembered the twins tossing him a box of sweets like it was nothing. He remembered the explosion, the scream, the way George's face had gone blank. A little voice deep inside Harry, the part that still sounded like him, whispered, "Don't. Please don't." Harry ignored it. He lifted a hand. Molly's head snapped up. Her eyes went wide with terror. "No!" she croaked. "No, don't you touch him, don't you!" Harry's fingers curled slightly, careful, like he was picking up something fragile. Fred's body jerked. George made a sound like he'd been punched. He lunged, but the pressure pinned him, held him down, forced his arms to shake uselessly against the floor. Fred's spine arched. The movement was wrong. Not fluid. Not alive. Bones snapped back into place with loud cracks that echoed off the stone. Fred's neck straightened. His chest rose once, sharp and stiff. His eyes opened. They were white. Not cloudy. Not dead in a normal way. Just empty. Fred sat up in a smooth, unnatural motion, like a puppet yanked upright. His head turned slowly, not quite tracking right, like his gaze was sliding past faces. George stared at him, mouth open, tears still running down his cheeks. "Fred?" he whispered. His voice shook so badly it barely sounded like a word. "Freddie, mate, is that you?" Fred's mouth opened. No sound came. His jaw clicked shut again, like something inside him didn't know how to work it. Ron made a noise in the back of his throat, half sob, half gag. He stared at Fred, then at Harry, and his face twisted like he'd been betrayed by the air. "What did you do?" Ron said, voice rising. "Harry, what did you do to him?" Hermione's eyes were huge. She looked like she couldn't breathe. "Harry," she said, fast and shaking, "that is not resurrection. That is wrong. Stop. Stop it right now." Harry hovered there, hand still raised, watching Fred tilt his head like he was listening for a joke he forgot. Harry's heart pounded hard, sweat slicking his palms, but the pressure inside him felt satisfied. See? Fixed. No one has to be gone. He looked at Ron and Hermione and tried to make them understand, tried to pour the certainty into them. "This is mercy," Harry said softly. "This is peace. This is the end of grief." Ginny let out a broken sound, half-choked cry, and she shoved against the invisible weight again. "Harry, please," she said, voice cracking. "That's not him. That's not Fred. You can't just—" Harry's smile tightened. He had done something good. They were supposed to be grateful. They were supposed to be safe now. Ron's eyes filled with tears. His voice went hoarse. "You're not doing this," he said. "You're not doing this to us. After everything, you're not." Fred's head snapped toward Ron. Fast. Too fast. His white eyes locked on nothing, but his body leaned forward like it was about to stand. George flinched like he expected Fred to bite. A low sound rolled through the hall, not from Fred, not from anyone's mouth. The stone under their hands vibrated. The candles, the ones still lit, flickered and then burned steady, the flames turning a sickly pale green. Harry felt the pull inside him sharpen, like something had noticed the anger in Ron's voice and didn't like it. Harry lowered his hand slightly, calming, soothing, the way you might calm a frightened animal. "Do not be afraid," he said, voice still gentle, still wrong. "I will purify this world. I will remove the chaos that hurt you. I will make it quiet." Ron's face went red. He fought the pressure, shaking, teeth bared. Don't, he spat. Don't you say it like that. Don't you talk to me like I'm some kid. Harry looked down at Ron, and for a heartbeat he remembered Ron in first year, eyes wide, trying to be brave on a chessboard. He remembered Ron in the tent, half frozen, still cracking jokes because he didn't know what else to do. The memory flickered and got swallowed. Harry's gaze drifted back to Fred. Fred's fingers twitched. Harry did not notice the first time. He noticed the second, when Fred's hand lifted on its own, slow and stiff, reaching toward George's face. George froze, breath hitching, like he wanted it and feared it at the same time. Fred's fingertips brushed George's cheek. George let out a sob, raw and broken. Fred's hand stayed there, unmoving, like it didn't know what a touch meant. Harry watched it, and felt a cold satisfaction settle in his chest. He had brought him back. He had fixed death. He had proven it. Harry lifted his chin, eyes sweeping over the hall, over the pinned bodies, over the faces that looked at him like he was a stranger wearing Harry's skin. He spoke calm and absolute. The purification begins now. Ron's scream tore through the muffled air like it was the only real sound left. Hermione's ribs felt like they were being crushed from the inside. She was still pinned to the stone floor, cheek pressed against dust and splinters, wand trapped in her fist like it weighed a ton. The great hall had gone quiet in the worst way, not peaceful, just muffled, like the room had swallowed sound and was refusing to give it back. She could hear Ron scream, but it came through thick air, warped and distant, as if he was yelling from the bottom of a lake. Harry hovered above the wreckage, hair lifting in an invisible current, eyes wrong in a way Hermione could not force her brain to accept. He was looking down at them like they were a problem on a page that he had already solved. Fred sat up beside George with that empty stare, jaw clicking like he had forgotten how to be human, and Hermione's stomach rolled hard enough that spit flooded her mouth. Harry, Hermione forced out, and the words scraped her throat like sand. You need to stop. You need to stop right now. Harry's head turned toward her, slow and deliberate, and her skin prickled as if a cold hand had passed through her. She could feel him listening without listening, like he did not need her voice to hear her thoughts. She tried to clamp down on the panic, tried to make her mind tight and orderly the way it always was when she was scared. I hear you, Harry said, calm, and it did not sound like Harry. But you are afraid of a cure because it is unfamiliar. Ron surged against the pressure again, face red, veins standing out in his neck. Cure? He spat, and the word came out half sob. You call that a cure, you mental case? Look at Fred, look at him. Harry's gaze flicked to Fred, and Hermione hated how gentle his expression went, like he was looking at something precious. Fred's head tilted, a tiny movement, then his hand lifted again, stiff as a puppet, and brushed George's shoulder. George flinched, then made a broken sound that split Hermione straight down the middle. Molly tried to crawl toward them and could not. Her fingers clawed at stone, nails scraping, eyes wild. That's my boy, she gasped, voice shaking. That's my boy, he's gone, let him be gone, you don't touch him, you don't touch him. Harry drifted lower, as if he was considering it, as if he was weighing Molly's grief like it was evidence. Hermione forced her lungs to work and pushed out words with every bit of control she had left. You cannot decide what life is for everyone else, she said, and she heard her own voice tremble despite herself. That is not mercy, Harry. That is control. Harry looked at her, and for a fraction of a second his eyes did something, like they tried to focus on her the way they used to. Hermione grabbed that tiny crack and shoved. You promised me, she said quickly. You promised you would come back. You promised you would be you. Ron jerked his head toward her, shocked, then furious, then devastated, like he had not thought Hermione would say it out loud. Ginny was still pinned on the floor, tears on her face, lips parted, eyes fixed on Harry like she was watching a cliff crumble. Harry's mouth tightened. "I am here," he said, and the air in the hall tightened with it. "I did return. I returned with the answer." Kingsley's voice came out rough and controlled from near the staff table. "Harry," he said, and Hermione could feel him fighting to stay calm. "We need everyone safe. Release the pressure. Let the injured breathe." Harry's head turned toward Kingsley like a slow blade. Hermione watched Kingsley's throat bob as he swallowed, then set his jaw again. He did not look away, even pinned, even sweating, even when Harry's attention made the candles flare that sickly pale green. "I have stopped the violence," Harry said. "No one will hurt anyone now." McGonagall's voice cut through, sharp as a slap. "You have not stopped violence," she snapped. "You have simply made it impossible for people to move." Harry's gaze flicked to her and Hermione saw McGonagall's knuckles whiten against the floor. Her hair had come loose, and there was blood on her sleeve, but her eyes were still the same, hard and unyielding. Hermione felt something in her chest twist with gratitude and fear at the same time. Harry floated a little higher, like the hall itself was lifting him. "Movement is not freedom," he said. "It is chaos. Chaos leads to pain." Ron made a choke sound, and Hermione saw his eyes flick to Ginny, then back to Harry, and something in Ron's face changed. It was not just anger anymore. It was a kind of horror that made Hermione's fingers go numb. "You're not Harry," Ron said, voice cracking. "You're wearing him. You're wearing him like a ruddy cloak." Hermione hated that Ron was saying what she was thinking, because she could feel Harry hear it, and she could feel the air tighten again. Fred's head snapped toward Ron once more, fast and wrong, and Hermione's stomach lurched. "Ron," Hermione said, tight and urgent. "Stop. Do not provoke him." Ron's head jerked toward her. "Do not," he barked, then swallowed, and his voice went raw. "Do not tell me what to do, Hermione. He's done something to Fred. He's done something to all of us." Hermione's mouth went dry. She wanted to argue the grammar, wanted to say it is not done, it is doing, it is ongoing, but she could not afford it. She forced her voice low, forced it steady, forced it useful. "I am trying to keep you alive," she whispered. Harry watched them whispering, and Hermione could almost see him deciding what whispering meant. The pressure on her chest eased by a hair, just enough that she could pull a full breath, and she realized with a sick drop that Harry had done it on purpose. He was letting them breathe when it suited him. Harry drifted down toward Ginny, and Hermione's throat closed. Ginny's eyes widened, then softened, then filled again like she was trying to be brave and failing. Harry's shadow fell over her face, and Hermione watched Ginny swallow, watched her lips move as if she was trying to form Harry's name without breaking. Harry's hand lifted, slow, palm open. He did not touch Ginny yet, but Hermione saw the way Ginny's body tensed as if the air itself had become a hand on her skin. "You do not have to fear me," Harry told her. Ginny's voice came out small and fierce. "I'm not scared of you," she lied, and the lie broke on the last word. "I'm scared for you." Harry stared at her for a long moment. Hermione held her breath, waiting for the crack, waiting for Harry to react like Harry, waiting for something human. For a heartbeat, she thought she saw it. Harry's eyes flickered, his jaw tensed, his hand trembled as if he was resisting an urge. Then the air hardened again. "I am beyond harm," Harry said, and the certainty in it made Hermione feel cold. "You will be safe under me." Under me. Hermione's mind snagged on the phrasing and she felt bow rise. That was not Harry. Harry never talked like that, not even when he was angry, not even when he was terrified. Harry had always been a boy who apologized for taking up space. Now he sounded like a ceiling. Harry lifted his hand higher and the pressure that held them shifted, not vanishing, but changing shape. Hermione felt it loosen around her shoulders and tighten around her legs, like an invisible net being rearranged. Ron grunted as the weight moved, and Hermione saw him jerk his wand hand, trying to angle it. Hermione's wand was still in her fist. She could move her wrist now. She could not lift her arm yet, but she could move enough to do something small. Her mind sprinted, catalog and calculus at the same time. Do not cast something big. Big will be noticed. Big will twist. She tried a tiny spell, a whisper, just to test the air. Lumos, she mouthed, barely moving her lips. The tip of her wand sparked white, then the light curdled into a pale film that spread over the wood, like frost. Hermione's breath hitched. The frost was not cold, it was dry. It flaked as if it was salt, then clung again. Hermione blinked hard, heart racing. The magic was corrupted here. Or the space was. Or Harry was. Harry turned his head, and Hermione froze with her wand still angled toward the floor. I do not want secrets, Harry said, and the words were soft, but the hall trembled. Hermione clenched her jaw and forced herself to look up at him. Then release us, she said. If you want people to trust you, you cannot hold them down like prisoners. Harry's gaze fixed on her, and Hermione felt the pressure along her spine. It was like being pinned by attention. She kept her face neutral, even as sweat ran down her back. Trust is not required, Harry said. Compliance is enough. Ron's laugh came out like a bark that turned into a sob. Listen to yourself, he gasped. You sound like him. Harry's eyes flicked to Ron, and Hermione saw Ron flinch like he expected pain. She tried to reach for Ron's sleeve and could not yet. Her fingers twitched uselessly. Harry drifted toward the staff table, and the pressure followed him like a moving wall. As he moved, the air around him looked different, not shimmering like a disillusionment charm, more like the room was losing color near him. The banners hanging from the ceiling looked less bright. The wood of the tables looked bleached. Hermione's lips went numb with the dry cold. Harry lifted both hands, palms out, and the pressure eased again. Hermione's chest expanded. She could push up onto her elbows. The shift was so sudden she nearly cried with relief, then she forced it down because relief was dangerous. Relief made you sloppy. Stand, Harry said. It was not a shouted command. It was not a spell. It was a simple word, and Hermione felt her muscles move as if the word had grabbed them. Her body obeyed before her mind could argue. She pushed herself up, legs trembling, and she hated the way her own limbs felt like they belonged to someone else. Ron got up too, swaying, face flushed, hand shaking around his wand. Ginny stood slowly, eyes still locked on Harry. McGonagall dragged herself upright with a stiff spine and a murderous glare. Kingsley stood like a man stepping out of a nightmare. Molly stumbled to George, arms wrapping around him as he tried to shield Fred, who sat still and silent, head tilted as if listening to an invisible song. Hermione took a step and nearly slipped because the floor under her boots had gone powdery. She looked down and saw a thin layer of white dust, like salt, spread in a faint circle beneath Harry's path. Her stomach clenched again. Harry looked around the hall like he was counting them. When his gaze hit Hermione, it lingered. Hermione kept her face composed and prayed he could not hear the way her pulse was hammering. You will lay down your wands, Harry said. A ripple went through the room, a shudder of fear and anger. Hermione felt Ron tense beside her like a wand pulled tight. McGonagall's fingers curled around her wand as if she was ready to die with it in her hand. Kingsley spoke first, careful. Harry, we need our wands to help the injured. No, Harry said, and the candles flared again. Wands are tools of harm. You have proven it. You will not harm again. Hermione's mind raced. Without wands, they were finished. Without wands, Harry could hold them in place forever. Without wands, there was no chance to hide. There was no chance to fight. There was no chance to get away with Ginny, with Ron, with the students. She needed time. She needed to keep Harry talking. She needed a gap. She stepped forward a fraction, hands open, voice steady. Harry, if you take everyone's wands at once, you will cause panic, she said, and she forced her tone to sound practical, not pleading. You do not want panic. Let the healers keep theirs. Let the professors keep theirs. You can make rules without stripping people of everything in the same breath. Ron shot her a look, furious and confused, but he did not interrupt. Hermione held his gaze for half a second and sent him what she could with her eyes. Trust me. Please. Harry stared at Hermione as if he was tasting her words. Hermione felt her skin go tight under that gaze. She could not tell if he was deciding she was helpful, or if he was deciding she was dangerous. You are always trying to manage, Harry said, soft, almost amused. Hermione's throat went dry. I am trying to keep people alive, she said, and she meant it. Harry's attention drifted to the bodies on the floor, the ones that had not stood. Students, Order members, Death Eaters sprawled where the last battle had frozen. Some of them were breathing hard, some of them were not moving at all. Hermione's stomach twisted as she spotted lavender brown, face gray, eyes half closed, chest barely rising. She saw Dean Thomas clutching his side, blood on his fingers. She saw Seamus Finnegan shaking like he was about to vomit. Harry's expression did not change. You will not die, Harry said, and the certainty in it felt like a threat. If you obey. Ron's breath hitched. That's not a promise, he whispered, and Hermione heard it despite the muffled air. Harry lifted his hand again, and this time the movement made the hall feel smaller. Hermione felt the pressure settle on her shoulders like someone putting hands there. She fought the urge to flinch. You will bring the injured to the front, Harry said. I will cleanse them. Hermione's skin went cold. Cleanse. She had seen what cleansing looked like. Salt. Dry eyes. Empty stares. Fred. She could not let him touch the injured. He would turn them into dolls, into statues, into blank things. He would call it mercy and the world would become a museum of people who used to be alive. McGonagall's voice came out tight and shaking with fury. You will not lay hands on my students, she snapped. Harry's gaze snapped to her, and the room flinched. Hermione saw McGonagall's shoulders jerk as if struck by a sudden cold. Her lips parted, eyes narrowing, then she went still, like she was forcing herself not to show weakness. You are hurt, Harry said, and there was something almost gentle in it. I can remove pain. McGonagall's jaw tightened. I do not want your help, she said. I want my headmaster back. Hermione's heart stuttered. She had not even processed that word, headmaster, not fully. Harry as headmaster. Harry as a thing over Hogwarts. It made her want to throw up. Harry's mouth curved, small. Hogwarts requires order, he said. It has not had it for centuries. Ginny's voice cut in, hoarse. Harry, please, she said, and Hermione's chest tightened because Ginny was stepping into danger, and she did not have Hermione's shield of logic. Ginny was all raw emotion, all bravery, all reckless love. If you love us, if you love me, you cannot do this to people. You cannot do this to Fred. Harry's gaze dropped to Ginny and Hermione saw something in the air twitch, like it leaned toward her. Harry drifted closer, and Ginny held her ground, trembling. "I do love you," Harry said. Ginny's breath caught. Hermione's nails bit into her palm hard enough to hurt. Harry's hand lifted toward Ginny's face. Hermione moved before she thought, a step forward, wand raised. The second her wand came up, the air snapped tight around her arm, locking it in place. Pain shot through her shoulder. Hermione gasped and nearly dropped the wand, but her fingers clenched harder. Harry did not look at Hermione. He did not need to. "No," he said soft. Ginny's eyes flicked to Hermione, then back to Harry. She swallowed. "Harry," she whispered. "Do not." Harry's fingertips brushed Ginny's cheek. Ginny flinched, not away, but into it, like she could not help herself. Hermione saw tears spill down Ginny's face. Harry's fingers stayed there, still, and the air around Ginny's skin looked dry, like the moisture was being pulled away. Ginny sucked in a shaky breath. "That's cold," she whispered. Harry's thumb moved, wiping one tear away. The tear did not smear. It turned into a pale flake on his skin. Hermione's stomach dropped so hard she almost stumbled. Harry looked at the flake as if it was interesting, then he looked back at Ginny. "You will not cry anymore," he said. Ginny jerked away, finally, eyes wide with fear. "Do not," she said, voice rising. "Do not take that from me. Do not take me from me." Harry's expression tightened. Hermione felt the pressure on her arm increase, as if Harry's irritation had weight. Ron stepped forward, and Hermione's heart slammed into her ribs because Ron was going to get himself killed. "Touch her again," Ron said, voice shaking with rage, "and I swear I will rip your head off, mate, I don't care what you are." Hermione wanted to shout at Ron to stop, but Harry's gaze flicked to Ron and the hall's air thickened. Ron's throat tightened like an invisible hand had closed around it. Ron gagged, eyes bulging, wand clattering to the floor as his fingers spasmed. "Ron!" Hermione choked, and the word came out too loud, too terrified. Harry's eyes stayed on Ron, calm. "Do not threaten," he said. "Threats are chaos." Ron's face went purple. His hands clawed at his own neck. Hermione's mind went white with panic, and she did the only thing she could think of, the thing that might reach whatever was left of Harry. She shoved her fear into words like a weapon. "Harry," Hermione said sharply, enunciating each syllable as if it mattered. "You are hurting him. Let go." Harry's gaze snapped to her. For a heartbeat, the pressure wavered, like something in him recognized Hermione's voice. Ron sucked in a harsh breath and coughed, stumbling, eyes watering, furious and humiliated. Hermione did not let herself look away from Harry. Her arm was still locked, shoulder screaming. She forced her face flat, forced her mind clear, forced herself to be Hermione the way she always had been when things were falling apart. "You keep saying you are fixing things," she said. "But you are hurting people to make them quiet. That is not fixing. That is destroying and calling it peace." Harry stared at her for a long moment. Hermione could feel her pulse in her wrists, in her throat, in her teeth. She could smell blood and smoke and that awful dry cold. "You speak as if pain has value," Harry said. Hermione's mouth went dry. "Pain tells you you are alive," she said, and she heard her own voice crack on the last word. Harry's expression did not soften. "Alive means suffering," he said. "I will end it." McGonagall's voice came out low and vicious. "By ending us," she said. Harry's gaze swept the hall again. He seemed to make a decision. The pressure loosened on Hermione's arm and she nearly sagged with relief, muscles trembling. Ron bent over, coughing, one hand on his knee, eyes bright with tears he would never admit. Harry lifted his hand toward the doors of the great hall. The huge doors groaned, then swung wider without anyone touching them. Cold air poured in from the corridor, carrying dust and smoke and a new smell Hermione could not place. It was like damp stone that had been dried out in an oven. "You will move the injured," Harry said. "Now." Hermione's mind snapped back into motion. If she refused, Harry would force it. If she complied, she could buy time and position herself near the people who might be turned. She could stand between Harry and the students, at least for a moment. She could look for a gap, a crack, a chance. She turned to Ron, voice low and fast. "Help Dean," she said. "Do not argue. Do not shout. Just do it." Ron's eyes flashed. "Hermione, he's going to do something to them." "I know," Hermione whispered. "I am thinking. Let me think." Ron swallowed hard and nodded once, stiff. He moved toward Dean with a limp, jaw tight. Hermione hurried to Lavender, heart hammering. Lavender's skin was cold. Hermione's fingers shook as she checked Lavender's pulse. It was there, weak and fast. Lavender's eyelashes fluttered and Hermione felt a rush of fierce relief that almost hurt. "Lavender," Hermione said, voice soft. "Stay with me. You're going to be all right." Lavender's eyes cracked open, unfocused. Her lips moved. "Is it over?" she whispered. Hermione swallowed. "No," she said, and forced herself to keep the truth in her voice. "But you're alive. That matters." She and Parvati, who was shaking but moving, lifted Lavender together. Parvati's hands were slick with sweat. Hermione's arms burned. Lavender made a small whimper and Hermione forced herself not to cry. "Come on," Parvati whispered, voice breaking. "Come on, come on." They carried Lavender toward the front of the hall where Harry hovered. Hermione could feel his attention like a weight on her neck. She kept her eyes on Lavender's face instead, on the way Lavender's breath rattled. Nearby, Neville was helping Seamus, face set and pale, eyes hard with a kind of quiet determination Hermione had seen in him only a few times. Luna moved beside them with a calm that made Hermione want to grab her and shake her, but Luna's calm had always been the kind that came from seeing the world differently, not from not caring. Luna's eyes flicked up to Harry once, then away, like she was studying a storm. Ginny was with George and Molly, hands on George's shoulders, trying to steady him. Fred sat still beside George, head tilted, eyes white. Every time George flinched, Fred's hand moved as if to touch him, then stopped, like it did not know what comfort was. Hermione's throat tightened so hard it hurt. They laid Lavender on the stone near the staff table. Hermione stood between Lavender and Harry without thinking. Harry drifted closer, and the air around him dried again. "Hermione," Harry said, and there was a hint of warning in it. Hermione forced her hands to unclench. "She needs healing," she said. "Not cleansing." Harry's gaze dropped to Lavender. His expression was unreadable. He lifted his hand toward her chest. Hermione's body moved on instinct. She stepped forward, blocking Harry's hand with her own, and pain flared along her arm as the air tightened, but she did not flinch. Her voice came out low and furious. "Do not," she said. The hall went still. Even Ron stopped moving for a heartbeat. Hermione could hear her own breathing, harsh and fast. Harry stared at Hermione's hand in his way, then up at her face. His eyes did that flicker again, like they tried to recognize her. Hermione leaned into it. "You would not do this," she whispered. "You would not hurt a student. You would not take someone's mind and call it help. Please." Harry's jaw tightened. His hand hovered, trembling, then withdrew a fraction. For one heartbeat, Hermione thought she had done it. She thought she had pulled Harry back. Then Harry's gaze shifted to the blood on Lavender's sleeve, to the way Lavender's breaths came in uneven gasps, and Harry's expression went cold again. "She is suffering," Harry said. Hermione's voice rose despite herself. "Then heal her like a person, Harry. Use a healing charm. Use a potion. Use anything that does not strip her away." Harry stared at her. "Magic is flawed," he said. "It breaks. It decays. It kills. I will purify it." Hermione's mind latched onto it. Breaks. Decays. She saw the frost salt on her wand from Lumos. She saw the dust on the floor. She saw the way the air muffled sound. The corruption was spreading through magic itself. Harry's hand lifted again, and Hermione felt the air tighten around her bones. She tried to resist and realized she could not. Her knees wanted to buckle. Her teeth ached. "Harry," Kingsley said, voice steady but strained. "If you do this, you will lose them. You will lose your friends." Harry did not look at Kingsley. He did not need to. "I have already lost them," Harry said. "This is how I keep them." Hermione's stomach dropped. That was the truth. That was the wound. That was the crack in the armor, and Hermione wanted to stab her fingers into it and pull him out. Harry's fingers touched Lavender's forehead. Lavender gasped, body jerking. Hermione saw Lavender's eyes go wide, then empty, then calm in a way that made Hermione's blood run cold. The blood on Lavender's sleeve dried instantly, turning dark and crusted. The moisture on Lavender's lips vanished. Lavender's pupils shrank until her eyes looked too pale. Lavender's breathing evened out. The rattling stopped. Her pain expression smoothed away. Hermione felt a wave of relief for half a second, then it turned into horror because Lavender's face was too blank. Lavender's gaze drifted past Hermione as if Hermione was not there. "Lavender," Hermione whispered. Lavender blinked once. Slowly. Then she smiled, small and placid, like a doll. "I am safe," she said, voice flat. "Thank you, Headmaster." Hermione's skin crawled. Lavender had never called anyone headmaster like that. Lavender did not sound like Lavender. Hermione's fingers trembled. Harry drifted back, as if satisfied. "See," he said. "No pain." Parvati let out a strangled sob and covered her mouth. Hermione felt tears burn in her eyes and forced them down because she could not afford to break here. Ron stared at Lavender with his face slack, like his brain had stalled. Ginny made a noise like she was going to scream, then clamped her mouth shut, eyes wild. Hermione's mind snapped into a hard, cold clarity. This was not healing. This was rewriting. Harry was not just stopping violence. He was editing people. And he believed it was kindness. Hermione turned her head slowly, scanning the hall. She needed allies who could think. She needed people who would move quietly. She needed to get students out before they were all turned into polite, blank things who thanked Headmaster. Neville caught Hermione's eye across the room. His face was pale, jaw clenched, eyes burning. He gave a tiny nod, almost invisible. Luna was beside him, hands clasped, watching Lavender with a calm that looked like grief in disguise. Her gaze slid to Hermione and held. Luna did not nod. She did not need to. The understanding was there. Hermione forced her breath to slow. She stepped back from Lavender, and Lavender's eyes followed her, polite and empty. Harry lifted his voice toward the hall. "All will be cleansed," he said. "Those who obey will be freed from suffering. Those who resist will be made still." Ron's head jerked up. Made still, he repeated, voice rough. You mean killed? Harry's gaze flicked to Ron, and Ron flinched, then set his jaw as if daring Harry to do it. Hermione stepped in fast before Ron could keep talking. We understand, she said, voice steady, and the lie tasted like ash. We will help the injured. Please allow us to move freely so we can do it efficiently. Ron's eyes flashed at her. Hermione shot him a look that said shut up, and she hated that she had become the person shushing Ron in the middle of a nightmare, but it was either that or watch Ron get frozen into salt. Harry stared at Hermione. The air tightened, then eased again. You will move freely inside the castle, Harry said. You will not leave. Hogwarts is sealed. Hermione's heart sank. Sealed. She had feared it. He had cut off escape. Harry's gaze slid over the students, over the professors, over the Weasleys. And you will not use your wands against me, he said. If you do, you will become quiet. Hermione swallowed. We will not, she lied again, and felt sick as she did it. Harry seemed satisfied. He drifted toward the doors, then paused. His head turned slightly as if he was listening to something outside the hall, something Hermione could not hear. The candles flickered. The pale green flame steadied. I must cleanse the grounds, Harry said. Ginny's head snapped up. Harry, she said, voice breaking. Do not go. Stay. Talk to me. Please. Harry looked at her, and Hermione saw that tug inside him again, that hungry softness. For a second, his face looked like Harry's. His hand lifted as if he was going to reach for her again. Then he lowered it. Later, he said. Ginny's shoulders sagged as if someone had hit her. Hermione's throat tightened with sympathy and fear because Ginny still believed she could reach him, and Hermione was not sure that belief was going to survive. Harry drifted through the doors and vanished into the corridor without walking. The moment he was gone, sound rushed back into the hall in a messy wave. People gasped. Someone cried out. Someone started sobbing, loud and broken. The air was still wrong, dry and heavy, but it was less crushing. Hermione moved instantly. She grabbed Ron's sleeve and yanked him close, voice low and sharp. Do not shout again, she hissed. Do you understand me? Do not. He will do it again, and he will not stop at choking you next time. Ron's eyes were bright with rage and tears. He did that to Lavender, he whispered, voice shaking. He did that to Fred. That's not Harry. Hermione's throat hurt. I know, she said. I know. But we need to be alive to do anything about it. Ron's jaw clenched. He swallowed hard. What are you thinking? He demanded, and his voice was too loud, then he lowered it with effort. What's the plan, Hermione? Hermione forced herself not to snap at him. She forced her mind into a list without making it a list out loud. Gather people. Find a place Harry cannot sense. Find information. Find a way to anchor Harry back or destroy what he is. We need the room of requirement, she said quietly. We need Neville. We need Luna. We need to get the younger students away from him, away from the halls where he can reach them. We need books. We need answers. Ron's eyes flicked to Lavender, who was sitting up now, calm and obedient, looking around as if she had woken from a nap. Parvati was crying silently beside her, hands shaking as she held Lavender's hand. Lavender smiled at Parvati with empty sweetness. Ron's face twisted. We can't leave them like that. Hermione's stomach clenched. We can't fix them while he is watching, she whispered. We have to move. McGonagall's voice snapped, cutting through the noise. Granger, she said, and Hermione turned. McGonagall stood rigid near the staff table, eyes sharp, mouth tight. Kingsley was beside her, one hand braced on the table, sweat on his brow. Madame Pomfrey was already moving through the injured, face pale with fury and fear, muttering to herself as she pressed cloth to wounds. McGonagall's gaze flicked to Lavender, then to Hermione. "Explain," she said. Hermione swallowed, then forced herself to speak fast and clear. "His magic is rewriting people," she said. "He is removing pain and fear by stripping away pieces of them. He is calling it purification. He can pin people without a wand. He can seal the castle. He can twist magic in the air. My Lumos turned into salt." McGonagall's nostrils flared. "Salt," she repeated, as if tasting the word. Kingsley's voice came out low. "And Voldemort," he said. "Is he truly gone?" Hermione's throat tightened. "I believe so," she said, and forced herself to keep it practical. "But whatever Harry took into himself, it is not only Voldemort. It is something else, something that is feeding on control." McGonagall's eyes narrowed. "We will not speak of him as if he is lost," she said, and Hermione heard the stubborn love under the steel. "We will speak as if he is injured and dangerous. We will treat it like a curse. A possession. A contagion." Hermione nodded. "Yes," she said. "We need to isolate it. We need to find a counter." Kingsley looked around the hall, eyes landing on students, on bodies, on the blank faces of those already touched. His jaw clenched. "We need a safe place," he said. Hermione did not hesitate. "Room of requirement," she said. "It can hide. It can change. It might block him." Neville appeared at Hermione's shoulder like he had been waiting for the cue. His face was smeared with dirt. There was blood on his collar. He looked exhausted and furious in equal measure. "I can get us there," Neville said, voice low. "If he hasn't locked it too." Luna stepped beside Neville, eyes calm and sad. "He will have trouble finding people who do not think in straight lines," she said softly. Ron blinked at her. "What does that even mean?" Luna looked at Ron with that odd gentle seriousness. "It means we should stop yelling," she said. "And stop thinking the obvious thoughts." Hermione's mind grabbed onto it. Mental discipline. A clemency, but none of them were trained, not properly. Still, Hermione could at least try to stop imagining the room of requirement over and over like a beacon. McGonagall straightened. "We will move the remaining injured to the hospital wing," she said. "Pomfrey will triage. Granger, you will coordinate those who can walk. We will not abandon our students." Hermione nodded, then hesitated. "Professor," she said, "we cannot bring everyone to the room of requirement. It will not fit. We need layers. Hospital wing, then hidden routes, then the room for those who can fight and think." McGonagall's eyes tightened, and Hermione saw the moment McGonagall accepted the reality of it. "Then do it," McGonagall said. "And do it quietly." Hermione moved. She grabbed Ron again, then caught Ginny's eye across the hall. Ginny was still with George and Molly, arms around both of them, face wet with tears she was trying not to show. Fred sat beside George, still as a statue, head tilted. Ginny's gaze locked on Hermione's like she was asking a question without words. Hermione's chest tightened. Hermione stepped toward her, careful, keeping her voice low. "Ginny," Hermione said, "we need you. We need you to stay clear-headed." Ginny's laugh came out bitter. "Clear-headed," she whispered. "My boyfriend just turned my brother into a puppet." Hermione swallowed hard. "I know," she said. "But if anyone can reach him, it is you." Ginny's eyes flashed. "Do not put that on me," she snapped, then her voice broke. Do not! I tried. He touched me and my tears turned into dust. Hermione's stomach turned. He did not hurt you, she said carefully. Ginny's eyes went hard. He did, she whispered. He just did it quietly. That's worse. George made a sound beside them, low and strangled. Fred, he whispered again. Say something, mate. Just say anything. Fred's head turned toward George. His mouth opened. The jaw clicked. A faint rasp came out, like dry leaves scraping. George's face crumpled. Molly covered her mouth, sobbing. Ginny turned away sharply, wiping her face with her sleeve. Hermione saw flakes fall from Ginny's skin where the tears had dried. Hermione's stomach clenched again. We need to move, Hermione said softly. Come with us. We can protect you better if you are with us. Ginny's eyes snapped back. No, she said. I'm staying with Mum. I'm staying with George. Hermione nodded. She did not argue. She could not afford to. Then stay in the hospital wing, she said. Do not go looking for him alone. Ginny's jaw tightened. I'm not stupid, she said, then her voice dropped. Hermione, is he gone? Hermione's throat hurt. She wanted to say yes. She wanted to lie kindly. She could not. I do not know, Hermione whispered. But I think he is still in there somewhere. We have to act like he is. Ginny stared at Hermione for a second, then nodded once, sharp. Fine, she whispered. Then we fight for that part of him. Hermione squeezed Ginny's hand. Ginny's skin felt cold and dry. Hermione turned back to Ron. Hospital wing now, she said. Then room of requirement with Neville and Luna. Do not argue. Ron's mouth tightened, but he nodded. Fine, he said, voice rough. But if he comes near you again, I'm not staying quiet. Hermione's eyes narrowed. You will, she snapped, and her old irritation surged through fear. Because if you do not, you will die, and I refuse to bury you in a world where Harry is turning graves into dolls. Ron flinched, then went pale. That's grim, he whispered. It is accurate, Hermione said, and hated how cold she sounded. They moved through the hall, keeping to the edges, helping those who could walk. Hermione kept her wand in her hand but kept it down, hidden, trying not to draw the heir's attention. The corridors outside were dim, smoke-stained, and wrong in a way Hermione could not put into a single sentence. The stone felt dry. The air smelled like dust that had been baked. As they stepped into the entrance hall, Hermione paused, scanning. Suits of armor lined the walls, but some of them were cracked, white dust in their joints. A tapestry hung limp, colors fading as if someone had washed it in bleach. Hermione's stomach tightened again. Ron noticed and swallowed. It's spreading, he whispered. Hermione nodded. Yes, she said, voice low. The closer he is, the more it happens. Like a field. Neville's voice came from behind them. Like the Dementors, he said quietly. Only worse. At least Dementors leave you as yourself when you're miserable. Hermione glanced at Neville. Neville's face was hard, but his eyes looked tired, older than they should. Hermione felt a flash of fierce respect. They moved fast, not running, because running drew attention. Hermione kept her breathing controlled, but her palms were sweaty on the wand. Every time a distant crack echoed through the castle, she flinched. It sounded like stones splitting. It sounded like salt statues breaking. They reached the stairs leading toward the hospital wing, and Hermione forced herself to listen. Voices echoed faintly above, Madame Pomfrey's sharp commands, students crying, someone retching. Hermione's stomach rolled at the sound. Ron helped lift Seamus up the last few steps, muttering under his breath. "Come on, mate," he said, voice rough but gentle. "You're not dying today, yeah? Not while I'm still breathing." Seamus managed a weak, shaky laugh. "You always pick the worst days to be inspirational," he wheezed. Ron's mouth twitched despite himself. "Shut it," he said, but his eyes were wet. Hermione guided them into the hospital wing and kept her description in her mind short because she could not afford to drown in it. Beds lined the room. People lay everywhere, bandaged, bleeding, shaking. The air was thick with antiseptic and smoke. Pomfrey moved like a fury, wand flashing as she barked orders. Her eyes snapped to Hermione and narrowed. "Do not stand there," she snapped. "Put him down, now. Miss Granger, if you are unhurt, then you will make yourself useful." Hermione nodded. "Yes," she said quickly, and her voice shook as she spoke faster. "Harry has changed. He is cleansing people. It is not healing. It is like he is stripping them down, removing pain and leaving them blank. We need to keep him away from the injured." Pomfrey's face went white, then furious. "Blank," she repeated, and her grip tightened on her wand. Kingsley entered behind them with McGonagall, and Pomfrey snapped her gaze to them. "Tell me this is not true," she demanded. McGonagall's voice was tight. "It is true," she said. "We are adapting." Pomfrey's jaw trembled, then she swallowed it down hard. "Fine," she said. "Then I will adapt too. No one touches my patients. No one. If he comes in here, I will hex him myself." Hermione's heart clenched at the pointless bravery of it. She did not say it. She could not afford to steal that fire from Pomfrey. Hermione leaned close to Ron, voice low. "We go," she whispered. "Now." Ron's eyes flicked to the beds, to the injured, to Ginny who had just entered with Molly and George, to Fred who sat beside George like a silent guard dog. Ron's face twisted, then he nodded. Hermione caught Neville's arm. "Corridor," she said quietly. Neville nodded. Luna followed without a word. They slipped out of the hospital wing, moving quickly down the corridor. Hermione's heart pounded hard. The castle felt too open, too watched. She kept her mind fixed on ordinary things, on spell theory, on textbook pages, on anything that was not a bright beacon of room of requirement. Ron noticed her expression. "What are you doing?" he whispered. "Trying not to think the obvious thought," Hermione muttered, and Ron huffed a shaky laugh. "You're mental," he whispered. Hermione shot him a look. "You love it," she whispered back. Ron's mouth twitched again, then his face hardened as the corridor ahead darkened. They turned a corner, and Hermione stopped short. A corridor wall was cracked, not from battle. The stone looked dry and split, like a riverbed in drought. A line of white dust traced the crack, and the air near it was colder. Luna stepped closer, eyes wide in that calm way of hers. "That is where someone was purified," she said softly. Ron swallowed. "You can tell," he whispered. Luna looked at him. "Yes," she said. "The castle remembers." Hermione's skin prickled. "The castle remembers." It sounded like Luna nonsense, but Hermione could not dismiss it. Hogwarts had always been more than stone. Hermione had felt it. Now it felt wounded. Neville's voice came low. "We need to hurry," he said. "He's out there doing something." Hermione nodded and forced her legs to move again. They reached the 7th-floor corridor, the one with the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Hermione's breath caught, not from awe, but from tension. She had never wanted a room so badly in her life. She stopped in front of the blank wall and forced her mind away from Harry, away from cleansing, away from salt and white eyes. She pictured a room full of light and blankets and wards, a room that could hide, a room that could protect. She started pacing, slow at first, then faster, and she whispered, "We need a safe place. We need a safe place. We need a safe place." Ron hovered close, watching the corridor behind them like he expected Harry to appear at any second. Neville stood with his shoulders squared, wand ready but low. Luna watched the blank wall as if it was already a door. Hermione's chest tightened as the wall shimmered. A door appeared. Hermione did not waste time. She grabbed the handle, pulled it open, and stepped inside. The room that greeted them was dim and warm, like a space under blankets. It was packed with old cushions, blankets, and shelves that looked half-built, half-conjured. Lanterns hung from the ceiling, steady and ordinary, not pale green. Hermione's breath left her in a shaky rush because for the first time since Harry had come back, the air did not feel dry. It smelled like dust and fabric and something faintly sweet, like old parchment. They stepped in and Hermione shut the door behind them. The moment it clicked, Hermione leaned her forehead against the wood and forced herself to breathe. Her hands were shaking so badly she had to press them flat against her thighs. Ron's voice came out hoarse. "It feels normal in here," he whispered. Hermione turned and saw Neville's shoulders drop a fraction. Luna exhaled slowly, eyes half closed, like she had been holding her breath without realizing. Hermione stepped away from the door and looked around, forcing her brain to work again. "We cannot stay long without a plan," she said quietly. "He may still find us. We need layers. We need to assume he can sense magic, even in here." Ron rubbed his face hard with his hands, then dropped them, eyes red. "What do we do?" he asked. "What do we do when the bloke we've been bleeding for is the monster?" Hermione's throat tightened. She hated that Ron was right. She hated that Harry's face was the face of the thing hurting them. Neville's voice came low and steady. "We fight," he said. "We fought Death Eaters. We fought giants. We fought the snake. We fight this too." Ron let out a bitter laugh. "We can't even lift our wands without him noticing." Hermione's mind snapped to the salt frost on her wand. "Magic is changing," she said. "It is not only him. The air feels different. Spells are twisting. That means we need something that is not just a spell. We need an anchor." Luna tilted her head. "Anchors are personal," she said softly. "They are not always objects." Hermione stared at her. "What do you mean?" she asked, then caught herself and corrected. "What do you mean, Luna?" Luna's gaze drifted to Hermione's hands, to the way Hermione kept clenching and unclenching. "You keep trying to hold him with logic," Luna said gently. "But he is not listening with logic. He is listening with hunger." Hermione swallowed hard because it hit too close. She had tried to reason with him. She had tried to name it and control it. Harry had looked through her like she was a page he had already read. Ron sank onto a cushion and put his head in his hands. "Ginny," he whispered. "What's he going to do to Ginny?" Hermione's chest tightened. "He wants her," she said quietly. "Not like Voldemort wants power. Like he is clinging to the part of himself that still feels. That makes her dangerous to him and dangerous to us." Ron's head snapped up. "Do not talk about my sister like she's bait," he snarled, then his voice broke. "She's not a tool." Hermione flinched. "I know," she said fast. "I'm sorry. I just mean he is focused on her. That focus can be used not by forcing her, but by protecting her and keeping her alive." Neville rubbed his palms on his trousers, eyes hard. "We need to get people in here," he said. The younger ones? The ones who will panic. If they panic, he'll notice. Hermione nodded. We need a network, she said. Quiet movement. Short routes. No gatherings in corridors. We do not create crowds. Ron's laugh came out harsh. You sound like you're planning a revision timetable, he said, then swallowed. Sorry. I'm losing it. Hermione's lips twitched without humor. I am keeping it together for both of us, she said, then softened her voice. Sit. Breathe. If you fall apart, I will fall apart. And we cannot. Ron stared at her, eyes bright. When did you become so cold? He whispered. Hermione's throat tightened. She thought of Lavender's blank smile. She thought of Fred's white eyes. She thought of Harry's fingers turning Ginny's tears into dust. She thought of Ron gagging as an invisible hand crushed his throat. I am not cold, Hermione said quietly. I am terrified. I am just trying not to let it drive me. Silence settled in the room for a moment, thick but safer than the hall. Hermione forced herself to move, because stillness invited dread. She went to the shelves scanning titles. Some were old defense manuals. Some were copies of Hogwarts A History, which made her chest ache. Some were half-burned books. The room had pulled together what it could from the castle, the useful and the discarded. Hermione's fingers brushed a spine and she froze. A book about ancient magical theory, worn and cracked. Her breath hitched. She tugged it free and opened it, flipping pages fast. The print swam for a moment because her eyes were wet, then she forced focus. Anything, she muttered. Anything about corruption, about possession, about soul fragments, about anchors. Ron looked up sharply. Soul fragments, he said, voice low. You think it's Voldemort still? Hermione swallowed. I think Harry swallowed more than a fragment, she said. I think the fragment opened a door. And something stepped through. Neville's jaw tightened. Like a curse with a mind, he said. Hermione nodded. Yes. She flipped pages until her fingers stopped on a passage that made her heart stutter. It talked about magic as a system that could be bent, broken, and repaired, and it described decay, not like rust, but like hunger. Hermione's mouth went dry. This? She whispered. Ron leaned in. Read it, he said. Hermione read aloud, voice low, careful, because reading felt like making something real. The passage described a phenomenon where a powerful magical event could tear open the boundary between life and death, between self and other, and leave a residue that clung to a person like a second skin. It described symptoms, muffled sound, drained color, dry air, and an obsession with stasis. Hermione's hands shook as she read the last line. It seeks to halt change. It seeks to end grief by ending becoming. Ron stared at her, breathing hard. That's him, he whispered. That's what he said. Neville's voice came out rough. How do you stop it? He asked. Hermione flipped pages frantically. She scanned for countermeasures, for rituals, for something that did not require raw force. She found a section on anchors, and her heart stuttered again. Anchors could be objects, yes, but the strongest ones were bonds, memories, consent. Anchors were the things that reminded a person they were themselves when something tried to rewrite them. Hermione's throat tightened so hard it hurt. She thought of Ginny. She thought of Ron. She thought of the way Harry had looked at her for a heartbeat when she said his name like it mattered. She thought of Dobby and Sirius, and the people Harry had lost. She thought of Harry's tired voice in that white station, the way he said he was tired. If we want him back, Hermione whispered, we need to give him a reason to let go. Ron's laugh came out broken. Give him a reason, he said. He thinks he's saving us. Hermione's eyes burned. Then we show him what he is doing, she said, and her voice came out sharper than she expected. We show him that his mercy is murder with clean hands. We show him that love is not control. Neville looked at Hermione, jaw set. And if that doesn't work? He asked quietly. Hermione's fingers tightened on the page until it crumpled. Then we do what we have to, she said, and the words tasted like poison. Ron stared at her like he did not recognize her. Hermione did not look away. Luna's voice came soft from the corner. He will come, she said. Hermione's spine went cold. How do you know? She asked. Luna's gaze drifted to the lanterns. The room is warm, she said. Warm things attract cold things when they are hungry. Ron's face went pale. Brilliant, he whispered. That's not creepy at all. Hermione's pulse hammered. She moved to the door and pressed her ear against it, listening. At first she heard nothing, then she heard a faint crack far away, like stones splitting. Then another. The sound crawled down the corridor like a slow footstep. Neville moved beside her, wand in hand, breathing controlled. Ron stood too, shoulders tense, eyes wide. Luna stayed still, head tilted. Hermione forced her mind to be quiet. She tried not to picture Harry. She tried not to picture pale green flames. She tried to picture something boring, something safe, something like a maths problem. The door handle turned. Hermione's breath stopped. The door did not open. The handle turned again, slower, as if whoever held it was learning how it worked. Hermione felt the air in the room dry a fraction. The lantern light flickered. A voice came through the wood, soft and calm. Hermione, Harry said. The bell hit Hogsmeade like a nail through glass. Madame Rosmerta's hand froze above a mug that had been refilling itself for the last 10 minutes, honeyed steam curling up like it was proud of the trick. Everyone in the Three Broomsticks stopped at the same time. Forks paused. Conversations died. Even the fire went quiet, as if it had been told off. Rosmerta swallowed. Her throat clicked. She hated that she still flinched, after all this time. On your feet, she heard herself say, because the words always came out of her mouth before her thoughts did. The room rose as one. White masks turned toward the window, toward the distant shape of Hogwarts. The astronomy tower was a needle against the sky. Some days Rosmerta imagined she could see it blinking, like an eye. She carried the bowl down the line. It was silver, warm as skin. People dipped their fingers in and pressed the wetness to their foreheads. A ritual. A habit. A leash. Peace to the keeper, the room murmured. Rosmerta's fingers trembled when her turn came. She lifted her hand, touched her forehead, and forced her face into the smile she'd practiced in the mirror so often it felt stapled on. Peace to the keeper. Her mind tried to slip sideways anyway. It did that when she got tired. It did that when she remembered the old noise of the village, the shouting, the laughing, the stupid arguments over butterbeer prices. It did that when she remembered her niece, who had come to stay with her for one summer and never made it back home. Her niece had liked the Three Broomsticks. She had sat on the same stool Rosmerta was standing beside now, legs swinging, cheeks pink, eyes bright. She had asked 100 questions. She had been alive. Rosmerta's smile faltered. A shadow moved on the ceiling. It wasn't a normal shadow. The candles were steady. The fire was low. There was no reason for it to shift like a living thing. But it did. It peeled itself away from the rafters and slid down the wall like thick ink. Rosmerta's breath hitched. Her ribs tightened as if a belt had snapped around her chest. The shadow reached her. Cold pressed into her sternum. Not a touch. Not a hand. More like the memory of being grabbed. Her lungs clenched. Her vision flickered. The bowl in her hands rattled, and the silver sang a thin note. Correct, the shadow whispered, right against her ear. Rosmerta's mouth opened. No sound came out. Tears pricked the corners of her eyes, hot and humiliating. I am fine, she tried to think. I am happy. I am grateful. The pressure eased. The shadow slid back up the wall, smooth as oil, and vanished into the ceiling like it had never been there. Rosmerta drew in a breath that shook. Her smile returned, bigger than before, stretched wide enough to hurt her cheeks. Thank you, she said out loud, because saying it out loud made it safer. Around her, people sat back down. Conversations resumed in soft, careful tones. Plates filled themselves. The air warmed again. The world pretended it was normal. Rosmerta set the bowl under the counter and gripped the wood until her knuckles went pale. She didn't look at the tower. She didn't let herself think the name. Not Harry Potter. Not the boy who used to come through her door with his friends and pretend he didn't know he was famous. Not the teenager who had once asked for a second bowl of stew because he was starving and looked embarrassed about it. The keeper. That was safer. That was what the shadows liked. And still, in the back of her skull, a tiny part of her screamed that this was wrong, 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 like a kettle boiling over, and she shoved it down before it could make the ceiling move again. Up at Hogwarts, the tower listened. It always listened. Inside the highest room, the air didn't behave properly. It held still, as if waiting for permission to move. Dust hung in place like it forgot how to fall. The stones of the tower had been carved by human hands once, but now the walls looked grown, not built. Wood pushed through cracks in the stone, pale branches twisting up and out, thickening, knotting, forming ribs. In the center of it all was the tree. It was not a proper tree, not something that belonged in soil. Its trunk was the color of old bone. Its branches were smooth in places, as if sanded by time, and splintered in others, as if they had been ripped apart and stitched back together. If you got close, you could see the grain inside it, the lines spiraling like fingerprints. The elder wand, grown into something else. Harry sat where the trunk opened into a cradle of wood, like the tree had decided he was its heart. He didn't sit the way people did. His posture was too still, too balanced, like a statue that had never learned how to slouch. His eyes were open. They weren't green anymore, not properly. Sometimes they were. Sometimes they weren't. The color shifted like a thought changing its mind. Below him, the floor was covered in patterns that looked like runes until you stared too long. Then they stopped being letters and started being something else. Lines that didn't make sense, but made your teeth ache. Harry watched Hogsmeade through the eye. The eye was not a window. It was a hole in reality shaped like sight. A circle of air that showed him whatever he wanted, as if distance was only a suggestion. Right now it showed the 3 broomsticks, the silver bowl, Rosmerta's smile that didn't reach her eyes. He felt the correction happen. He didn't flinch. He didn't look away. That was unkind, a voice said behind him. Harry turned his head a little. Slow. Calm. A figure stood in the corner, half in shadow, half in pale light. It wore robes. It had a beard. It had glasses that caught the glow and threw it back. Albus Dumbledore. Not the real one. The real one was dead. Harry knew that like he knew the shape of his own hands. This was a construct. A memory given bones. A puppet that spoke. Harry stared at it with quiet annoyance, the way someone might stare at a clock that kept ticking too loudly. It prevented error, Harry said. His voice was soft, but it carried. It pressed into the room like weight. Error grows into harm. It was fear, the construct said gently. Fear is not always harm. Harry's mouth twitched. Almost a smile. Almost. You agree too easily, he said. The construct's eyes were kind. Always kind. That was the problem. Harry could say anything, and Dumbledore would nod like it was wisdom. I am here to guide you, the construct said. Harry leaned forward, fingers brushing the bark of the throne. The wood felt warm under his touch, like it was alive. Like it was listening too. I do not need guidance, Harry said. I need silence. The construct blinked, as if considering a thought it wasn't allowed to have. Then it smiled again. Of course, it said. You know best. Harry's eyes narrowed, irritation flickering like a crack in porcelain. He looked back into the eye. Beyond Hogsmeade, beyond the village, he could see the places that resisted. The pockets of noise. The stubborn little sparks that refused to go out. He watched them the way someone watched a firefly in a jar. Curious. Patient. Certain it would tire eventually. And there, far below, in the depths Hogwarts still kept for itself, he felt the room of requirement shift. A familiar sting of something human moved in his chest. A name. A memory. A laugh. Ron. Hermione. Ginny. Harry's expression softened in a way that would have been comforting, if anyone had been there to see how wrong it was. They are still frightened, he said, almost sadly. They are still human, the construct offered. Harry's gaze stayed fixed. He didn't blink. I can fix that, he said. Then he spoke into the stone itself, into the cracks in the world, into the hidden bunker the castle was trying to protect. His voice slid through walls like smoke. Come to dinner, Harry said, gentle as if inviting them to the burrow. We can talk. Deep under Hogwarts, where the air was damp and the stones sweated, Ron Weasley's first thought was not words. It was his body reacting. His shoulders jerked up. His stomach dropped. His grip tightened on the handle of his knife so hard his palm stung. His left arm, the one wrapped in torn cloth, flared with pain like a toothache, sharp and bright. Hermione's head snapped toward him. She was standing by the makeshift table, a lantern at her elbow and a pile of carved stones in front of her. Runes, not wandwork. She had a smear of soot on her cheek, and her hair had come half loose again. Neville was on the floor near the orchids. They weren't normal orchids. Nothing was normal anymore. These were pale, almost translucent, petals trembling like they were listening too. Neville had been tending them with shaking hands, lips moving silently like he was praying, except Ron knew Neville didn't pray. Luna sat on a crate with her knees tucked up, watching the ceiling like she expected it to answer her. Harry's voice settled over all of them. Come to dinner. We can talk. Ron's throat went dry. He tasted copper, like he'd bitten his tongue. Hermione didn't move for a second. Then she reached out and covered the lantern with her hand, dimming it fast, like darkness could hide them from a voice that wasn't really sound. You heard that, Ron said. It came out rough. Neville swallowed. Yeah. Luna tilted her head. He's in a good mood, she said, like she was commenting on the weather. Ron barked a laugh that had no humor in it. A good mood, Brilliant! Maybe he'll only turn half of us into furniture. Hermione shot him a look, sharp even in the dim light. Stop it! What, the joke? Ron snapped. Sorry, Hermione, I forgot we're meant to be polite when the world's ending. Her eyes flashed. I meant stop acting like you can punch this problem until it goes away. Ron stood too fast, dizziness hitting him for a second. He put a hand on the rough wall to steady himself. The stone felt wet. Cold. I'm acting like I want us alive, he said, voice low. Hermione stepped closer, keeping her hands visible, like she was approaching a cornered animal. She didn't blame him. That almost made it worse. We've been hiding, she said. We've been running. We've been guessing. He found us anyway. He's always going to find us, Ron said. He lifted his bandaged arm a little, and pain bit hard enough that his vision blurred. He hissed through his teeth. He's got the whole bloody castle like a body. It's his. We're fleas. Neville's voice came small. Ron, sit down. You're shaking. Ron looked down and realized his knees were trembling. He hated that. He hated that his body kept betraying him, like it hadn't gotten the message that he needed to be harder now. He forced himself to sit on the crate opposite Luna. The wood creaked. His bandaged arm rested across his lap. Under the cloth, the skin wasn't skin anymore, not fully. Hard patches had formed, like glass grown inside him. When he moved, it scraped, a dull crunch under the flesh. Hermione's gaze flicked to it. Her jaw tightened. It's spreading, Ron said before she could ask. Feels like it's got a plan. Hermione's mouth pressed into a line. It's crystallization, she said, clipped. Like the magic is trying to make you permanent. Lovely, Ron muttered. Can I request permanent with less pain? Neville leaned forward, elbows on his knees. The orchids are helping, he said, trying for hopeful. They're keeping the nightmares down. Ron looked at the flowers. His stomach twisted. We're growing flowers to stay sane while Harry Potter plays God upstairs. Luna's voice was calm. That's one way to put it. Ron stared at her. Do you ever get scared? Luna blinked slowly. All the time. That should have made him feel better. It didn't. It made him feel lonelier somehow. Hermione picked up one of her rune stones and rolled it between her fingers. He wants us to come, she said. Which means he can bring us if he decides to. Or he's bored, Ron said. Hermione's eyes lifted to his. Or he misses us. Ron's laugh came out sharp. He misses us, so he invited us to dinner. Like it's a family reunion and not a hostage situation. Hermione's face flickered. For a second, Ron saw it, the crack in her control. The grief. The exhaustion. The part of her that still wanted to believe Harry was somewhere in there. Then it was gone again, replaced by the Hermione who counted facts because feelings got you killed. We need a sample, she said quietly. Ron went still. Of what? Hermione swallowed. Of his magic. Direct. The raw stuff. We can't build a counter without knowing what we're countering. Neville's eyes widened. Hermione, that's insane. Hermione didn't deny it. We've tried everything else. Spells glitch. Potions curdle. Charms collapse. He is the source of it. If we want to stop this, we have to understand it. Ron's pulse hammered. So what? We stroll into the Great Hall, pinch a bit of his nightmare out of the air, and leg it. Luna's gaze drifted toward the ceiling again. He wants you to see something, she said. Ron glared. You don't know that. Luna's mouth tilted. Yes, I do. Hermione turned to her, frustration tight in her voice. Luna, can you not be cryptic for 1 minute? Luna looked at Hermione, gentle. He thinks he's being kind. Silence fell. Even the orchids seemed to hold their breath. Ron's stomach roiled. Kind. Harry had been kind once. Harry had been the person who would give his last chocolate frog to someone else and pretend he didn't care. Ron rubbed his face with his good hand, dragging his fingers down hard. Right, he said. So he's kindly going to drag us into a room with him and convince us we're wrong to fight back. Hermione's voice was low. He's trying to solve the problem the way he always did. Ron's head snapped up. By deciding what's best for everyone and charging in. Hermione's lips parted, then closed. Because that was true. Because Harry had always carried the world like it was his responsibility, and nobody else's. Ron stood again, slower this time. We don't go, he said. Hermione lifted her chin. We might not get a choice. We always have a choice, Ron snapped. Then his voice cracked a little, and he hated himself for it. Even if the choice is die fighting. Neville's hands curled into fists. Ron! Ron turned toward the damp tunnel that led out of the chamber. The entrance they used changed sometimes. The castle shifted. The room of requirement moved. The hollow, Hermione called it. Ron called it a bloody miracle they were still breathing. He looked back at Hermione. Her eyes were shiny, but she wasn't crying. She never cried when it mattered. She saved it for later, when no one was watching. You think he can be reasoned with, Ron said, and he hated that it sounded like an accusation and a plea at the same time. Hermione's voice was quiet. I think if there's even 1% of him left, we have to try. Ron shook his head. He's not a bloke who made a bad choice. He's something else now. Hermione stepped closer until they were a foot apart. And you still said his name like you miss him. Ron's throat tightened. He looked away. His eyes stung, and he pretended it was the damp. A sound came from the tunnel. Footsteps, hurried, uneven. Ron's hand went to his knife again. Hermione's fingers tightened around a runed stone. Neville grabbed the nearest broken chair leg like that would help. A figure stumbled into the edge of the lantern light. Ginny Weasley. Her hair was tied back messily. There was dried blood on her collar. Her eyes were bright in the dark, sharp and furious. She stopped when she saw them all staring. What? She said, breathless. Why are you all looking at me like I'm a ghost? Ron's chest eased a fraction. Because you're meant to be in the infirmary, he snapped. Ginny rolled her eyes. Yeah, well, the infirmary is a nightmare and half the beds are screaming, so I left. Hermione surged forward and grabbed her shoulders, checking her like she could find missing pieces just by looking. Ginny, are you hurt? Ginny's expression softened for half a second. I'm fine. Ron knew that tone. It meant she wasn't fine. Ginny looked past Hermione, to Ron. Her gaze landed on his bandaged arm. Her mouth tightened. I heard him, she said quietly. Ron's stomach sank. You did? Ginny nodded once. He's calling us. Neville's voice came small. Ginny, please don't tell me you think we should go. Ginny's eyes flickered, and for a second she looked young again, like the girl who used to get angry in the common room and then laugh 5 minutes later. Then the hardness came back. I think if we don't go, she said, they'll come here. Ron's skin prickled. Hermione exhaled, shaky. That's what I thought. Ron stared at them both, rage building hot in his chest. So that's it, he said. We just walk into his hands because he asked nicely. Ginny stepped closer to Ron, close enough he could smell smoke in her hair. He didn't ask nicely, she said, voice low. He asked like he already decided. Ron's bandaged arm pulsed with pain, like it agreed. Hermione looked between them, and Ron saw the decision settle in her face, heavy and final. We go, Hermione said. Ron's mouth opened, and for a second he thought he might actually shout. Then he looked at Ginny's face. Neville's exhausted eyes. Luna's calm acceptance that made his skin crawl. He looked at his arm, the glass creeping under his skin, turning him into something that didn't heal right anymore. He swallowed his anger until it burned his throat. Fine, Ron said, voice tight. We go. Hermione's shoulders sagged like she'd been holding them up with sheer will. She stepped forward and pressed her forehead against Ron's chest for a second, a quick, desperate touch, like she needed proof he was still there. Ron froze. Then Hermione pulled back, eyes wet now. I'm sorry, she whispered. Ron's heart punched hard. Don't, he said, rough. Don't do that. Hermione's lips trembled. She opened her mouth like she had something clever to say, something logical. She didn't. Ron grabbed her by the collar and kissed her. It wasn't sweet. It wasn't neat. It was a hard, messy press of mouths, like he was trying to push his fear into her and steal her strength back. Hermione made a small sound of surprise, then kissed him back, fingers fisting in his shirt. Ron pulled away first, breath ragged, forehead touching hers. If we die, he muttered. I'm not dying without doing that. Hermione's laugh came out broken. Ron, she whispered like it hurt. Ginny stared at them for half a second, then rolled her eyes so hard it almost made Ron feel normal. Merlin, Ginny said. If you two start snogging properly, I'm leaving. Luna's voice was mild. Please don't leave. You are better in groups. Neville let out a shaky breath that might have been a laugh. We're actually doing this, he said. We're actually going to have dinner with him. Ron wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, furious at the wetness in his eyes. Yeah, he said. Dinner with the bloody end of the world. Hermione straightened, wiping her cheeks fast. Her voice went clipped again, the leader voice. We go in with a plan. We do not provoke him. Ron snorted. I provoke him by existing. Hermione shot him a look. Ron. He held up his good hand. Fine. No provoking. I'll just sit there and smile while he rearranges my bones. Ginny's eyes hardened. If he tries to touch me, she said, I'm setting him on fire. Hermione's face tightened. Ginny, please. Ginny's voice went quiet, sharp as glass. Don't tell me what to do when it comes to him. Silence again. Thick. Hermione nodded once, accepting it. We move through the old passage, she said. No spells unless we have to. The magic near him is unstable. Ron flexed his fingers around his knife. Brilliant. Back to stabbing problems. Neville swallowed. I'm coming. Hermione looked at him. Neville, you don't have to. Neville's chin lifted. Yeah, I do. Luna slid off her crate, dreamy expression still in place. He will not like me, she said pleasantly. I do not fit. Ron huffed. Join the club. They moved. The castle above them felt wrong, like a living thing holding its breath. The passageway was narrow, damp, lined with stone that pulsed faintly under Ron's fingertips when he brushed it. Hermione kept her rune stones in her palm, ready. Ginny held her wand, jaw set, eyes scanning every corner. Neville carried a small pouch of orchid petals like they were ammo. Ron stayed near the back, watching their rear, knife in his good hand, wand in his pocket because he didn't trust it. Every few steps, Hermione stopped and listened. The castle groaned somewhere far off, like an animal settling in its sleep. They reached a corridor. It wasn't the same corridor Ron remembered from school. The stones looked cleaner, almost polished. The torches burned steady white instead of orange. The portraits were gone. The frames were still there, empty, like faces ripped off. Ginny's breath hitched. "He's wiped them." Hermione's voice was barely a whisper. "Or they left." Luna drifted closer to one of the empty frames and peered into it. "They are hiding," she murmured. "Pictures don't like being watched by gods." Ron ignored the way his skin crawled. They moved fast, keeping to the shadows. A sound echoed ahead. Footsteps. Not hurried. Not cautious. Measured. Together. Hermione lifted a hand, and they all stopped. Figures appeared at the end of the corridor. Students. At least, they wore Hogwarts robes. Their faces were covered in white masks. Not skulls. Not Death Eater hoods. Plain white, smooth, with only eye holes cut out. Their eyes looked empty. Not blank like bored. Empty like something had been scooped out. They walked in a line, hands clasped in front of them, moving like they shared one mind. Ron's stomach turned. One of them lifted its head, as if sniffing the air. "We are close," it said, voice flat. Ginny's wand twitched. Hermione grabbed her wrist. "No," Hermione mouthed. The masked student's head turned, slow, toward where they hid. Ron's heart slammed. His palms went slick. A shadow peeled off the floor, sliding toward them like it had in Hogsmeade. Ron felt the cold of it before it reached them. Hermione shoved a rune stone onto the floor with her boot. The stone flashed. Not light. More like a hiccup in reality. The shadow jerked, as if it had hit a wall. It recoiled, sliding back, then pressed forward again, harder. Ron didn't wait. He lunged out of the alcove and slammed his knife into the nearest masked student's throat. The blade should have met flesh. It hit something that felt like clay. The student's head snapped back. No blood. No gasp. The mask stayed on. The body tried to keep walking even as Ron's knife was buried in its neck. Ron yanked the blade out, breath ragged. "What the hell?" The student turned its head toward him, movements too smooth. Its voice stayed flat. "Violence is an error." Ginny surged forward and shouted, "Stupefy!" The red bolt left her wand and twisted in midair. It didn't fly straight. It spiraled, like it was drunk. It hit the student, and instead of stunning it, the spell snapped into a web of red threads that wrapped around the student's torso, tightening. The student didn't fall. It just changed. The robes hardened. The cloth turned glossy, like enamel. The arms bent wrong, stiffening into angles. The mask cracked, not breaking off, cracking like porcelain. Ginny stared, horrified. "I didn't do that." Hermione grabbed her. "Stop casting." Ron backed up, knife raised, chest heaving. The corridor smelled like hot stone. The shadow on the floor surged again, slipping under their feet, trying to climb. Neville threw orchid petals into the air. The petals scattered like pale snow. The shadow recoiled, hissing soundless, pulling back like it had been burned. Luna's eyes widened slightly. "It hates hope," she said, as if that explained everything. Hermione shoved another rune stone forward, then another, placing them like stepping stones. The air around them trembled. "Move!" Hermione hissed. "Now!" They ran. Ron's lungs burned. His injured arm throbbed with every step. The corridor behind them filled with the soft, synchronized footsteps of the masked students, still walking, still coming, their voices murmuring in that flat tone like a chant. "Peace to the Keeper! Peace to the Keeper!" Ron's stomach lurched. They burst through a doorway into a stairwell, and the stairs tried to shift under them, moving like the castle wanted to swallow them. Hermione slammed her palm onto the stone banister and shouted a word that wasn't a spell, more like a command. The stairs shuddered and stopped. Ron stared at her. "Since when can you do that?" Hermione didn't look at him. "Since I learned the castle still listens to me a little," she said, voice tight. They climbed. Higher. The air got colder. It smelled like rain that never fell. Ron's skin prickled, like the hairs on his arms were trying to stand up and run. They reached the doors to the great hall. The doors were open. Warm light spilled out, golden, welcoming, like nothing had ever been wrong. Ron's stomach turned harder. He could hear laughter. Not the flat chanting laughter of the masked students. Real laughter. Familiar laughter. Ginny froze, eyes wide. Hermione's face went white. Neville swallowed so hard Ron could hear it. Luna tilted her head, fascinated. "He is pretending," she whispered. Ron's hands shook. His knife felt heavy. Hermione stepped forward first, because Hermione always stepped forward first, even when she was terrified. They entered the great hall. Ron's heart stuttered. It looked like first year. The house tables were back. The banners hung bright and clean. The ceiling was a starry night sky, soft and normal, like the enchanted one Ron remembered. Plates overflowed with food. Roast chicken. Bread. Treacle tart. Steam and rich smells that made Ron's stomach cramp with hunger. For half a second, he almost believed it. Then he noticed the silence behind the sound. The room was too still. The candles didn't flicker. The air didn't move. The stars on the ceiling didn't shift like real clouds. It was a painting of normal, not normal itself. At the head of the hall, on a raised dais, sat Harry. Not in a school chair. He sat on something that looked like would grown into a throne, pale branches curling around him, cradling him. The tree from the tower. The elder wand made into a seat like it wanted to keep him there. Harry looked like Harry and didn't. His hair was messy, his glasses were gone, his face was calm. Too calm. His eyes caught the light and held it like glass holds fire. He smiled when he saw them. It was the smile Ron had seen 1,000 times. It still made Ron's skin crawl. "Ron," Harry said, voice warm. "Hermione. Ginny. Neville. Luna." Hearing his name from Harry's mouth felt like being punched in the gut. Hermione's voice came out strained. "Harry." Harry's smile widened a fraction. "You came," he said, pleased. "Good. I was hoping you would make the right choice." Ron's mouth twisted. Yeah, well, hard to refuse when you're shouting in our heads. Harry's gaze settled on him, calm and patient, like Ron was a child throwing a tantrum. I did not shout, Harry said gently. I invited. Ron barked a harsh laugh. Oh, sorry. My mistake. Hermione's fingers tightened around her rune stone. Ron could see the whiteness of her knuckles. Ginny stepped forward, chin lifted. What is this? She demanded, eyes hard. What are you doing? Harry's gaze softened when it landed on Ginny. The air in the hall seemed to warm a fraction around her, like the world itself leaned closer. I made it safe, Harry said, quiet. I made it familiar. I thought you would like that. Ginny's throat bobbed. For a second, Ron saw something in her face, a flicker of longing so sharp it hurt to look at. Then it was gone, replaced by anger. This isn't familiar, Ginny snapped. It's wrong. Harry's smile didn't fade. But something in his eyes changed, like a light shifting behind a curtain. Sit, Harry said, still gentle. Chairs slid out from the Gryffindor table, scraping softly, inviting. The movement was too smooth, like invisible hands were doing it. Ron's stomach churned. He didn't want to sit. Sitting felt like surrender. Hermione sat first. Not because she wanted to, but because she was buying time. Ron knew that look. Ginny sat beside her, stiff as a board. Neville hesitated, then sat, shoulders tight. Luna sat like she was at a tea party. Ron stayed standing. Harry watched him, patient. Ron's bandaged arm flared with pain again, sharp enough to make him suck in a breath. The glass under his skin felt like it was being squeezed. Harry's head tilted slightly. You are injured, he said, concerned. Why did you not come sooner? Ron's jaw clenched. Because we didn't want to come at all. Harry nodded like that made sense. You have been afraid for a long time. Ron's throat tightened. Stop talking like you know what we feel. Harry's gaze stayed steady. I do know, he said softly. I felt it first. Hermione's voice trembled, just a little. Harry, the people in Hogsmeade, she swallowed. They are being punished for thinking. Harry looked genuinely puzzled. They are being corrected, he said. There is a difference. Ginny's hands clenched on the table. You're hurting them. Harry's gaze returned to her, gentle. I am preventing suffering. Ron couldn't take it. The calm. The softness. The way Harry spoke like he was doing them a favor while the world burned. Ron stepped forward and slammed his knife onto the table, the sound cracking through the hall. Harry's eyes flicked to it, then back to Ron. No fear. No anger. Just mild disappointment. Violence, Harry said almost sadly, is an old habit. Ron leaned over the table, close enough that he could see his own reflection in Harry's eyes, warped, stretched. And turning people into puppets isn't, Ron hissed. A flicker. Something moved behind Harry's calm expression, like a crack spidering through porcelain. Then it smoothed again. Harry's voice stayed soft. Eat, he said. You are hungry. Ron's stomach growled, traitorously loud. Hermione stared down at the food in front of her like it might bite. Slowly, she lifted a piece of bread and took a small bite. Her face tightened instantly. She swallowed, throat working. It tastes wrong, Hermione said, voice flat. Harry blinked. It is bread. It tastes like ash, Hermione said. Harry's smile faltered for the first time. Just a tremor. Then it returned forced. You are imagining it, he said. Ginny reached for a piece of chicken, like she was proving a point, and bit into it. Her eyes widened. Her jaw worked. She swallowed, and Ron saw her throat bob hard. Tastes like nothing, Ginny said, voice hoarse. Like I'm chewing air. Harry's fingers tightened on the arm of his throne. The wood creaked. The sound made Ron's teeth ache. I wanted you to be comfortable, Harry said, and for a second his voice sounded tired. I wanted you to remember who we are. Ron's mouth twisted. You don't get to say we, he snapped. Harry's gaze snapped back to him, still calm but colder now. I am still Harry, he said, quiet. I am still the one who stood between you and death. Ron's chest heaved. You are the one bringing it back. Harry's eyes drifted to Ron's bandaged arm again. His expression softened. Let me, Harry said. Ron took a step back. No. Harry's voice stayed patient. Ron. The way Harry said his name made Ron's spine go cold. Not a threat. Not an order. More like gravity. Ron's injured arm flared. Pain slammed through him. He gritted his teeth, trying not to make a sound. His vision blurred at the edges. Hermione's chair scraped as she stood halfway, panic in her eyes. Harry, stop. Harry's gaze didn't move. He is suffering, he said simply. I will end it. Ron's knees threatened to buckle. He hated it. He hated being weak in front of him. Don't, Ron rasped. Harry lifted his hand. Ron's body went rigid. Not frozen. Held. Harry's palm settled on Ron's shoulder. The touch was warm. For half a second, Ron's brain tried to scream that warmth meant it was okay, because Harry's hands had always been warm, had always been human. Then the warmth went deeper. Past skin. Past muscle. Into the place where magic lived. Ron's breath punched out of him. His injured arm burned like it was being pulled apart from the inside. Ron's mouth opened in a silent scream. Hermione lunged forward. Harry, please. Ginny stood too, eyes wide, but she didn't move. She looked trapped by her own feet. Harry's fingers pressed gently, like a blessing. The pain snapped off. Ron's arm went numb. Ron blinked, panting, sweat cold on his spine. He looked down. The bandage had loosened. The cloth hung slack. Under it, his skin was smooth. No glass. No hard patches. No creeping lines. Ron stared, shocked. Harry's hand lifted from his shoulder. A mark remained. Not a bruise. Not a burn. A silver handprint, faintly shining, as if the skin had been stained with moonlight. Ron's stomach dropped. Hermione stared at it too, face pale. Harry! Harry smiled, pleased, like he just fixed a broken toy. There, he said softly. Better. Ron's voice came out raw. What did you do? I healed you, Harry said, like it was obvious. And the mark? Ron snapped, pointing at his shoulder. Harry's eyes held Ron's, calm. So you remember you are safe, he said. So you remember you belong. Ron's throat tightened so hard it hurt. Ginny's voice shook. Harry, she whispered. Harry turned to her, expression softening again. Gin, he said, like he was tasting the name. Ginny's eyes were bright. This isn't healing, she said, voice cracking. This is owning. Harry's head tilted. If I own the world, he said gently, the world cannot be taken from me. And if the world cannot be taken from me, it cannot be harmed. Ron stared at him, horrified. Hermione's voice was small. Harry, that's not how people work. Harry's smile returned, patient. You are tired, he said. You are hungry. You are frightened. I can end all of it. He lifted his hand again, palm up. The air above it shimmered. The great hall blurred, like a painting being wiped. For a heartbeat, Ron saw sunlight. Not the fake candlelight. Real sun, warm on skin. The smell of grass. The sound of a lake lapping at shore. They were standing on the Hogwarts grounds, but not the Hogwarts grounds Ron knew now. It was the Hogwarts grounds from a memory. Clean. Bright. Whole. 6th year. Ron's chest tightened. He could hear laughter, distant, familiar. Ginny made a small sound, like her breath got stuck. Harry stood beside her, closer, his expression almost human now, almost boyish. Eternal summer, Harry said softly. No war. No hunger. No graves. Just this. Ginny's eyes filled. She took a step forward without meaning to. Ron's stomach twisted. He could feel it too. The pull. The temptation. The way the memory tried to wrap around his heart like a blanket. Hermione's voice came sharp, desperate. Harry, stop. Harry didn't look at her. He watched Ginny. Ginny turned toward him, trembling. Is this real? She whispered. Harry's gaze softened. It can be, he said. If you come home. Ginny's breath shook. She lifted her hand slowly, like she was reaching toward him without deciding. Harry leaned in. Ron's skin crawled. He could see Ginny's eyes flutter, a reflex, the old habit of wanting, of missing. Harry's lips brushed Ginny's. It should have been a kiss. It was. But the moment it happened, the sunlight dimmed. The air went cold. The smell of grass turned sharp, metallic. Ron's stomach lurched. Ginny's body stiffened. Her eyes snapped open wide. She stumbled back, hand flying to her mouth, like she'd been kissed by ice. Ron saw it in her face. Not disgust. Fear. Ginny whispered, broken. You're cold. Harry's smile trembled. I can make it warm, he said quickly, almost pleading. I can make it perfect. Hermione stepped between Ginny and Harry, face hard, eyes wet. This is not a choice, Hermione said. This is a cage. Harry's gaze lifted to Hermione. For a second, the patience slipped, and something old and sharp stared out. You always argue, Harry said, voice still soft but edged. Even when I offer you peace. Hermione's breath shook. Peace without freedom isn't peace. Harry's jaw tightened. Ron's stomach churned with rage. He stepped forward, heart hammering, the silver handprint on his shoulder burning like it was listening. This is a living mate, Ron spat. It's a painting. Harry's face cracked. Not metaphorically. His cheek split with a thin line, like porcelain breaking. Under the crack was darkness, deep and wrong, like space without stars. Hermione flinched. Ginny made a strangled sound. Neville went pale. Harry blinked once, and the crack smoothed, but the memory of it stayed, burned into Ron's brain. Harry's voice went quiet. Too quiet. "You are mistaken," Harry said. Ron's heart hammered. His mouth tasted like bile. He did it anyway. He spat. The spit hit Harry's chin and slid down like it didn't know what it was touching. For a second, the world held its breath. Hermione's hand shot out like she could grab Ron and yank him back in time. Ginny's eyes were huge, terrified, furious. Harry stared at Ron. And Ron saw it. Not anger. Not cruelty. Hurt. Real, sharp, confused hurt, like Harry couldn't understand why Ron would do that when he was trying to help. Then the hurt curdled into something colder. Harry lifted his hand. The eternal summer vanished like a candle snuffed. They were back in the great hall, but the golden light had gone pale. The food on the tables had rotted in an instant, turning gray, collapsing into dust. Hermione gagged. Ginny grabbed the edge of the table, knuckles white. Harry's voice came like a whisper across the whole room. "Think about it," he said. Ron's skin prickled. The silver handprint on his shoulder pulsed, warmer now, like a brand. Harry's gaze flicked to Ginny one last time. Soft again. Tender in a way that made Ron sick. "I did this for you," Harry said, almost gently. "So you would never cry over a body again." Ginny's lips parted. No sound came out. Then Harry's hand closed. Ron felt the world drop out from under him. Cold. Mud. Rain. They hit the ground outside the castle like they'd been thrown. Ron slammed shoulder first, pain shooting through him. Hermione landed on her knees, choking on a gasp. Ginny rolled coughing, hair plastered to her face. Neville hit hard and groaned. Luna sat up calmly like she'd expected it. The sky above Hogwarts was wrong. The clouds looked too still, like they were painted. Ron pushed himself up, panting, mud on his hands, heart trying to claw out of his chest. His shoulder burned where the handprint was, the silver glow faint under the dirt. Hermione scrambled to her feet, grabbing Ron's sleeve, eyes wild. "We have to go," she hissed. Ginny stared up at the castle, face soaked with rain and something else. Her eyes were furious and broken all at once. Neville's hands shook as he got up. "He let us go," he said, voice stunned. Ron's laugh came out harsh. "Yeah," he said, voice raw. "He let us go. Like we're pets." Luna stood, brushing mud off her skirt, gaze fixed on the highest tower. "The eye is open," she said softly. Ron looked. The astronomy tower had a glow at its peak, a pale circle forming in the air, widening. It wasn't light. It was attention. Ron's stomach dropped as he felt it settle on them, like a hand at the back of his neck. Hermione grabbed Ron's face with both hands, forcing him to look at her. Her fingers were cold, shaking. "Ron," she said, urgent. "Do not let him get inside your head right now. Do you hear me?" Ron swallowed hard. "Too late," he rasped. Because he could hear it. Not a shout. Not a command. A whisper, right behind his thoughts. "Come home." Ron's breath hitched. His shoulder burned. The silver handprint warmed like it agreed. Hermione's eyes filled with terror as she saw Ron's face change. Ginny turned, and Ron saw the same fear in her eyes too, because she could hear it as well, and she hated that a part of her still knew the voice. The eyes stared down. And Ron, soaked and shaking in the mud, felt the castle lean toward them like a living thing, as if the world itself was inching closer, patient, certain, waiting for the moment they finally stopped running. Rain slapped Ron in the face hard enough to sting. He blinked it away and tried to breathe, but the air felt thick, like it did not want to go into his lungs. Mud sucked at his boots. His shoulder burned where the silver handprint sat under his shirt, hot and bright like a brand. "Come home." The voice was not loud. It did not need to be. It slid behind his thoughts like it belonged there. Ron swallowed hard and tasted mud and copper. Hermione's hands were on his face, fingers shaking, thumbs pressed into his cheeks like she could hold his head together with sheer force. Her eyes were wide, wet, furious. "Ron," she said low and sharp. "Look at me! Look at me!" He forced his eyes to hers. It took effort, like pulling his gaze through glue. "I'm looking," he rasped. Ginny stood to Ron's right, soaked through, hair plastered to her head. Her jaw was clenched so tight it looked like it hurt. She was staring at the castle like she wanted to set it on fire with her mind. Neville's breathing was loud behind them, panicked and trying to be quiet at the same time. Luna was calm, which made Ron want to scream. The eye hovered above the tower, pale and wrong, watching. "Come home." Ron's feet shifted without him telling them to. A small step toward the path. Toward the castle. Hermione saw it. Her hand snapped down to his shoulders. "No!" she hissed, voice breaking. "No! Stop moving!" "I'm not," Ron said, but even as he said it, his knee bent again. His body wanted to go. Like it was remembering something and mistaking it for safety. Ginny moved fast. She grabbed Ron's sleeve and yanked him sideways, away from the path, planting herself between him and Hogwarts. "You are not taking him!" she snapped, voice shaking with rage. The rain made her voice sound smaller than it should have. It did not matter. The anger was real. The fear was real too. Ron's shoulder flared with heat. The mark pulsed once, like it was answering her. Hermione's voice went tight. "The mark is a tether," she said. "It's pulling him." Ron's stomach dropped. "I knew it," he rasped. "I knew that healed arm was a trap." Hermione's eyes flicked over his shoulder, searching through wet cloth like she could see the handprint through it. "We have to break it," she said quickly. "Now. Before he tightens it." Neville stepped closer, water dripping off his chin. "How?" he asked, voice raw. "We can't even cast properly near him." Hermione's gaze snapped up to the tower, then back to Ron. "Not with a spell," she said. "With something physical. Something grounding." Ron's laugh came out harsh. "You mean like punching it?" Hermione shot him a look that could have cut stone. "No," she snapped. Then softer, because her mouth was shaking. "Ron, if you let your body follow that pull, he will get you back inside, and he will not let go again." Ron's chest tightened. The thought of being dragged back into that hall, back under that calm voice, back under that cold hand, made his stomach turn. He tried to plant his feet. The mud made it harder. His legs trembled. The pull kept whispering. "Come home." Ginny grabbed Ron's shirt and shoved him backward toward the trees, away from the path, away from the open space. "Move!" she ordered. "I don't care if you hate it, move!" Ron stumbled, boots sliding. Hermione stayed glued to him, one hand on his arm like a tether of her own. They got under the edge of a thick tree line, dripping branches blocking the direct view of the castle. The rain hit less here. The air smelled like wet leaves instead of ash. The pull did not stop. Ron sucked in a breath. His shoulder burned again, hot enough to make his skin prickle. He clawed at his collar, fingers shaking. Hermione grabbed his wrist. "Not yet," she said. "If you tear the shirt, you expose it. If you expose it, he might lock on harder." Ron's eyes went wild. "So what do we do, Hermione?" Hermione's gaze flicked to Neville's pouch. "The orchids," she said. Neville fumbled for the pouch, hands shaking. "They only repelled the shadow a bit," he said. Hermione shook her head fast. "Not for the shadow," she said. "For him. For the effect. For the panic. They keep the mind from slipping." Luna nodded, as if this was obvious. "They remind you that you are not a statue," she said. Ron's throat tightened. He hated that it made sense. Neville shoved petals into Ron's free hand. The petals were cold and soft and faintly sticky. Ron crushed them between his fingers hard, grinding them into his palm. The smell hit him sharp, green, alive. For half a second, the voice dulled. "Come home." It was still there, but it was farther. Like it had to push through something now. Ron dragged in a breath that did not feel stolen. Hermione's shoulders sagged with relief, just for a moment. Then she was moving again, fast. "We need cover," she said. "Stone. Something that can block sight. If the eye is line of sight, we need to break it." Ginny's laugh came out bitter. "Block a god's sight with a rock," she muttered. Hermione's eyes flashed. "I said cover," she snapped. "Not a miracle. We just need seconds." Neville pointed, jaw clenched. "Hagrid's hut," he said. "It's closer than the forest paths." Ginny nodded instantly, already moving. "Go." Ron's feet tried to turn toward the castle again. He fought it, jaw clenched, and followed Ginny toward the hut instead, boots slipping in mud, shoulder burning like someone held a hot coin to his skin. The eye stayed fixed. Even through the trees, Ron felt it watching. They ran in short bursts, stopping when Ron's knees buckled, starting again when Hermione swore under her breath and shoved him forward with pure will. The rain made the world blur. The castle loomed behind them like a shadow that did not move. They reached the hut and slammed into the side of it like it was a shield. The wood was wet and rough under Ron's palm. He pressed his forehead to it and tried to keep breathing. Hermione yanked open the door. Inside it was dim, warm. It smelled like smoke and wet dog and something cooking that had been abandoned. "Hagrid," Ginny called, voice sharp. "Hagrid." No answer. Ron's stomach dropped. He hated that his brain instantly pictured Hagrid with a blank smile and pale eyes. Neville moved inside, scanning. "No one," he whispered. Luna stepped in last and shut the door with careful hands, as if closing a lid on a boiling pot. "He might be outside," she said. Hermione grabbed Ron by the collar. "Sit," she ordered. Ron stumbled onto a chair that groaned under him. The chair was too small. His knees stuck out. His shoulder pulsed again, heat spreading out like a bruise. Hermione moved fast. She knelt in front of him and yanked his wet shirt collar down enough to see skin. There it was. The silver handprint sat on his shoulder like it belonged there. It was faint, but it glowed a little even in the dim light. The outline of fingers was too perfect, like it had been pressed into him with intent. Ginny stared at it, face twisting. He marked you. Ron's voice came out raw. Yeah, he said. Thanks for noticing. Hermione didn't flinch at his tone. She was too focused. Her fingers hovered over the mark, but she did not touch it yet. If I touch it, she whispered, he might feel it. Ron swallowed. He already feels it, he said, voice shaking. He's in my head. The whisper slid again. Come home. Ron's eyes squeezed shut. The pull yanked on his chest like a hook. Hermione's hand snapped out and slapped Ron's cheek, hard enough to sting. Ron's eyes flew open, shocked. Hermione's eyes were furious and wet. Stay, she hissed. Stay here. In your body. Ron stared at her, breathing hard. What was that for? He rasped. For you, she snapped, then her voice broke. For me. If you go, I will follow and I will hate you for it, and I will hate myself for it, and I cannot do that right now. Ron's throat tightened. He swallowed hard. Okay, he whispered. Okay. I'm here. Hermione exhaled, shaky, then looked around fast. We need heat, she said. Not magic. Physical heat. Neville blinked. Heat. Hermione nodded. The mark is magic. It is embedded. If we can disrupt it with pain, with sensation, with something that forces the body to claim itself, we might break the link. Ginny's eyes narrowed. You want to burn it off? Hermione's jaw clenched. I want to break it, she said. And yes, burning is one method. It's brutal. I know. But if he drags Ron back, he will do worse. Ron's stomach rolled. He glanced at the fireplace. Ash. A half-dead ember. A pot hanging above it, still warm. He swallowed. Do it, he said. Hermione's eyes flicked up. Ron. Ron forced a grin that felt like it might crack his face. I've had worse, he lied. Ginny shoved past Hermione and grabbed the fire poker, then stopped. Her hands shook. She stared at Ron like she could not make herself do it. Gin, Ron said, voice rough. Not you. Ginny's jaw tightened. Why not me? Because you already got kissed by ice, he thought, but he did not say it. He just shook his head. Because you'll regret it, he said. And I don't need you hating yourself on top of everything. Ginny's eyes flashed. I don't hate myself, she snapped. Ron held her gaze. You will, he said quietly. Later. Just let Hermione do it. Ginny's nostrils flared. Then she shoved the poker toward Hermione. Fine, she said, voice shaking. But if he screams, I'm breaking the door down and setting the whole tower on fire. Hermione took the poker with steady hands that did not look steady up close. She shoved it into the embers and stirred until the tip glowed dull red. Ron's breathing sped up. His shoulder burned already. His skin crawled, as if the mark knew what was coming. Come home. The whisper slid again, a little sharper now. Like it was annoyed. Hermione's voice went low. Ron, she said. Look at me. When I touch it, I need you to stay with me, not with him. Ron's throat clicked. Okay, he whispered. Okay. Hermione lifted the poker. The heat hit Ron's skin before it touched. He flinched anyway. Then the red tip pressed to the edge of the silver handprint. Ron's body jerked. A sound ripped out of him, loud and ugly, not even a word. Pain exploded through his shoulder like someone shoved a knife into bone. The mark flared bright, silver turning almost white, and the air in the hut went dry in an instant. The rain outside sounded muffled, like the world had been wrapped in cloth. Ron gasped, eyes wide, hands clawing at the chair arms. Hermione pressed harder for one brutal second. The silver handprint pulsed, then cracked. Not like skin cracking, like glass cracking. A thin line split across the palm of the mark. Tiny fractures spidered out toward the fingers. Ron's mind screamed, and for a heartbeat, the whisper in his head screamed too. Come home. The words warped. The voice jittered. Ron sucked in a breath that tasted like smoke. Hermione yanked the poker away. Ron slumped forward, panting, sweat pouring down his face even though the hut was cold. His shoulder burned. The smell of scorched cloth and skin made his stomach twist. Ginny made a strangled sound. Neville's face was pale. Luna watched calmly, eyes sharp. Hermione dropped the poker into the hearth with a clang, then grabbed Ron's face again, forcing him to look at her. Ron, she said, urgent. Talk to me. Say something stupid. Ron blinked through tears he hated. Your hair's a mess, he rasped. Hermione's mouth trembled. Good, she whispered. Again. Ron swallowed hard. You're bossy, he said. Hermione let out a broken laugh that turned into a sharp inhale. Perfect, she whispered. Now, can you still hear him? Ron closed his eyes for a second and listened. The whisper was there. But it was faint now, like it was far away behind a wall. Come home. Ron's teeth clenched. Yeah, he said. But it's weaker. Hermione's shoulders sagged with relief that looked like it hurt. We cracked the tether, she whispered. Ginny's voice shook. Is it gone? Hermione shook her head. Not gone, she said. Damaged. Ron's shoulder pulsed again, but the pull was not yanking his legs anymore. He could think without feeling dragged. He let out a breath that shook. Then the hut went cold. Not just normal cold. The kind that makes your bones ache. The air dried again. The rain noise outside dulled, muffled, as if someone had stuffed wool into the world. Luna's head turned slowly toward the door. He felt it, she said softly. Hermione froze. He felt us burning it. Luna nodded. Yes. Ginny's grip tightened on her wand. Then he's coming. Neville's eyes darted around, searching for escape. The back, he whispered. There's a back door. The door handle on the front door turned. Slowly. Deliberately. Like someone learning how it worked. Hermione's chest tightened. She grabbed Ron's arm and yanked him up. Ron hissed as his burned shoulder scraped against cloth. He clenched his jaw and moved anyway. Ginny stepped in front, wand raised, but she didn't cast. She held it like a threat. Neville scooped up his pouch. Luna moved behind Hermione, calm as ever, which made Ron want to grab her and shake her. The door creaked open. Hagrid filled the doorway. Ron's heart lurched. For half a second, relief hit him hard enough to make him dizzy. Hagrid was soaked, hair dripping, beard heavy with rain. His coat was muddy. His eyes looked red like he'd been crying. Then Ron saw the mark on Hagrid's forehead. A small silver thumbprint. Hagrid's mouth opened. Hello? He said. His voice was too flat. Ginny's wand trembled. Hagrid, she whispered. Hagrid stepped inside. The hut felt smaller instantly, like the air had tightened around his huge body. He turned his head slowly, looking at each of them like he was checking boxes. Hermione, he said. Ron. Ginny. Neville. Luna. Ron's stomach twisted. Hermione's voice came out tight. Hagrid, she said carefully. Are you all right? Hagrid's eyes blinked. Slow. I am safe, he said. The keeper has removed my fear. Ginny made a sound between a sob and a growl. No, she whispered. He got you too. Hagrid's brow twitched, like he didn't understand the sentence. He saved me, Hagrid said. He will save you if you stop struggling. Ron's burned shoulder throbbed. The whisper in his head stirred faintly, like it was trying to hook onto Hagrid's words and pull. Come home. Ron clenched his jaw. Hermione stepped forward, hands up, voice low. Hagrid, she said, do you remember tea at your hut? The old kettle that whistles too loud. You always yelled at it, like it was a person. Hagrid blinked again. Tea is unnecessary, he said. Hermione's face tightened. No, she whispered, and Ron heard the grief in it. Ginny's voice went sharp. Move, she snapped at Hagrid. We need to leave. Hagrid's head tilted. You cannot leave, he said. The grounds are under protection. Neville's hand tightened around the pouch. Hagrid, he whispered, voice cracking. Please, please be you. Hagrid's eyes flicked to Neville, and for a second there was something there. A flicker. A tiny confusion. Like a person trying to wake up. Then it smoothed out again. Come, Hagrid said, calm. The keeper wants to speak. Ginny's wand lifted higher. One more step, she warned, and her voice shook with fury. Hagrid took a step. Ginny cast Expelliarmus. The spell snapped out red, then twisted in midair, curving like it was pulled sideways. It hit Hagrid's chest and exploded into red threads that wrapped around him. Hagrid did not fall. The threads tightened, then turned pale, bleaching into white cord that sank into Hagrid's coat like it was being absorbed. Hagrid kept walking. Ginny's breath hitched. What? Hermione grabbed Ginny's wrist hard. Stop casting, she hissed. Ginny's face was wild. He's coming. Ron moved without thinking. He stepped forward and slammed his shoulder into Hagrid's side, trying to shove him back through the door. It was like hitting a wall. Hagrid barely shifted. Ron bounced off and stumbled, pain flaring through his burned shoulder. Hagrid looked down at him, expression calm. Ron, he said, do not hurt yourself. Ron's rage hit him so hard he almost saw stars. Shut up, he spat. Hagrid's huge hand lifted. Ron's skin went cold. Hagrid's palm came toward Ron's forehead. Hermione screamed. Ron, move! Ron tried. His feet stuck. Not mud this time. Air. Pressure. Like invisible hands wrapped around his ankles. Hagrid's palm touched Ron's forehead. Cold sank into Ron's skin. Ron's mind jolted, like someone flicked a switch. For one awful heartbeat, Ron felt calm. The fear eased. The pain dulled. The anger softened. A thought slid in, smooth and tempting. You are safe. Stop fighting. Ron's stomach rolled. He forced his tongue to move, forced his mouth to form words even as his brain tried to go soft. No, he rasped. Hagrid's eyes blinked. Why? He asked, like a child. Ron's burned shoulder flared, a sharp sting that yanked him back into his body. He grabbed Hagrid's wrist and bit down hard on his own tongue. Pain exploded in his mouth. Blood filled it. Ron's eyes watered. The calm snapped. He shoved Hagrid's hand away, gasping. Ginny lunged, grabbing a mug off the table and smashing it across Hagrid's head. The mug shattered. Hagrid didn't even flinch. Ginny stared, panting, hand shaking. Oh, brilliant! She spat. Hermione's voice went razor sharp. Back door. Now. Neville sprinted for the back, yanking it open. Cold air rushed in. But the yard beyond was wrong. The grass looked gray, like it had been dusted with salt. The rain that fell onto it did not soak in. It hit and rolled off like the ground was sealed. And standing in the yard, blocking the way, were the masked students. A line of them. White masks. Empty eyes. They stood still, waiting. Neville's breath hitched. No! Luna's voice was calm. He is closing the net. Hermione's mind snapped into motion. Front, she hissed. We break through him. Hagrid first. Ron's stomach dropped. Are you joking? Hermione looked at him, eyes fierce. We cannot fight the masks, she said. Spells twist. The orchids repel shadows, not bodies. Hagrid is still one body. We push him out and run. Ginny's eyes flashed. I can set him on fire. Hermione's jaw clenched. Not with magic, she snapped. Not like this. You will only make it worse. Ginny's nostrils flared. She looked like she wanted to scream. Then she nodded, sharp and angry, like she hated agreeing. Hermione grabbed the poker from the hearth again. It was no longer red hot, but it was metal, solid, real. Ron wiped blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. His tongue stung. It was good. It kept him awake. Hermione pointed the poker at Hagrid like it was a spear. Hagrid, she said, voice low. Move. Hagrid's head tilted. No, he said gently. Come. Hermione lunged. She slammed the poker into Hagrid's belly, not stabbing, just driving it hard like a battering ram. Hagrid's body rocked back a step. Ginny shouted and threw her weight into it too, shoulder into Hagrid's side. Neville joined, pushing from the other side. Ron, teeth clenched, shoved with his good shoulder, ignoring the burn and the pain. Hagrid's boots slid on the wet floor. He stumbled back, big body scraping the doorframe. The silver thumbprint on his forehead glinted. Hagrid's expression stayed calm. But his eyes flickered again, that tiny confusion. Hermione saw it too. Hagrid, she gasped, straining. Remember Fong. Remember the day he ate your whole breakfast and you laughed. Hagrid blinked. His mouth twitched. For 1 second, Ron saw Hagrid's real face, the warmth, the softness. Then the calm slammed back over it like a blanket. Hagrid's hands lifted. The air in the hut tightened. The pressure shoved against them, trying to pry them off him. Ron's knees buckled. Ginny's boots slid. Neville grunted, face twisting. Hermione screamed. Now. She yanked her rune stones out and slammed them onto the floor in a line between them and Hagrid. The stones flashed. The pressure hiccuped. Just for a heartbeat. Ron used that heartbeat. He shoved hard, all rage and fear and muscle, slamming Hagrid backward through the front doorway. Hagrid stumbled out into the rain. Ginny lunged after him and kicked him in the knee. Hagrid's leg bent. He dropped one knee into the mud with a wet thunk. For the first time, his calm expression cracked. Confusion flickered. Ron didn't let himself think about it. "Run!" Hermione shouted. They bolted past Hagrid's huge body, boots slipping in mud. The air outside was wet again, loud again, rain hammering like it was trying to drown the world. Ron's shoulder burned. The whisper in his head stirred, faint but irritated. "Come home." Ron clenched his jaw and ran anyway. They sprinted around the side of the hut, aiming for the tree line again, but the ground ahead was turning pale. A line of white dust spread outward from the castle like a tide, crawling through grass, swallowing green. Neville swore under his breath. "It's reaching," he gasped. Ginny's face twisted. "It's everywhere." Hermione grabbed Neville's sleeve and yanked him left. "The lake," she panted. "Water might slow it. It hates flow. It wants stillness." Luna nodded, calm even while running. "Yes," she said. "It likes things that do not change." Ron's lungs burned. His tongue stung. His shoulder throbbed. He focused on those sensations like they were ropes keeping him tied to himself. Behind them, Hagrid roared. The sound was wrong. It started like Hagrid, deep and furious. Then it went flat halfway through, like someone cut the emotion out of it. A roar that was only noise, not feeling. Ron's stomach lurched. They ran harder. The trees opened toward the slope down to the lake. Rain turned the ground to slick muck. Ron nearly went down twice, catching himself on sheer stubbornness. They hit the shore. The lake was dark and wild under the rain, waves slapping hard against rocks. The water moved. It was not still. It was alive. For the first time since the tower eye opened, Ron felt the pressure on the back of his neck ease a fraction. Hermione noticed too. Her breathing hitched. "It's weaker here," she gasped. Ginny looked up at the castle, rain dripping off her lashes. "He's still watching," she whispered. Because he was. The eye above the tower seemed to widen, pale circle expanding, staring down at them with calm attention. Ron's shoulder mark pulsed faintly. Hermione grabbed his wrist and shoved orchid petals into his palm again. "Crush them," she ordered. Ron crushed them hard, grinding them into wet skin. The smell hit him sharp. Alive. Unstill. The whisper dulled again. Neville dropped to his knees by the water and started yanking at something in the mud, fingers digging. "There's an old boathouse rope," he panted. "If we can get out on the water, maybe we can break line of sight." Ginny stared at the churning lake like it might swallow them. "You want to row?" she said, voice incredulous. Hermione's face was pale but hard. "It's that or wait for him to walk down here," she said. "And I will not wait." Luna stepped closer to the water and held a hand out, palm down, like she was testing the air above it. "The lake is stubborn," she murmured. "It does not like being told what to do." Ron swallowed. "Same," he muttered. Neville yanked the rope free and stumbled up, hauling it toward the boathouse. "Come on," he hissed. They sprinted the short distance, boots splashing in puddles. The boathouse door was half off its hinges, warped from battle. Neville shoved it open with his shoulder. Inside, two small boats sat in the dark, rocking slightly on their ropes. Hermione grabbed the nearest. "In," she said. Ginny hesitated for 1 second, then jumped in, jaw clenched. Neville climbed in next, shaking. Luna stepped in like it was a normal day. Ron grabbed the edge and hauled himself in last, burned shoulder screaming. Hermione shoved off. The boat hit the water with a jolt. It rocked. Ginny grabbed the side, face tight. Neville nearly toppled. Ron clenched his teeth, breath ragged, and steadied it with his good hand. Hermione grabbed the oars. She started rowing. She wasn't good at it. Ron could tell instantly. The oars dipped unevenly. The boat wobbled. Ron reached out. "Move!" he snapped, grabbing one oar handle. "You'll tip us." Hermione shot him a look. "Row then," she snapped back. Ron grabbed both oars, pushing Hermione aside, ignoring the way his burned shoulder screamed when he moved. He dug the oars into the water and pulled. The boat slid forward. Rain hit his face. The lake sprayed cold. His hands shook from pain, but he kept rowing because doing something was better than being pulled. The eye above the tower seemed to tighten. Ron felt it, like a focus locking. The whisper surged, faint but sharper. "Come home." Ron's faltered. His stomach dropped. The mark on his shoulder pulsed again, warmer, like it was being tugged. Hermione leaned close, voice urgent. "Ron," she hissed. "Do not let it drag you. Keep moving." Ron clenched his jaw and pulled harder. The boat cut through waves. Water slapped the sides. Ginny stared at the castle, face white with rage and fear. Neville kept glancing behind them like he expected masked students to walk onto the surface. Luna watched the water like it was a person. They got farther out. The pressure eased. Ron's breath hitched with relief. Then the lake's surface ahead went pale. Not foam. Not moonlight. White dust spread across the water like a skin, crawling outward from the shore, creeping toward them. It did not sink. It did not dissolve. It moved like a living thing, flattening the waves into smoother lines as it went. Hermione's face went blank with horror. Ginny's voice cracked. "He's purifying the lake." Neville stared, mouth open. "He can do that." Luna's eyes narrowed. "He is trying to make it still," she said softly. Ron's stomach turned. The boat hit the edge of the pale surface. The water under them changed. The slap of waves dulled. The rocking slowed. The lake felt thicker, like syrup, like it wanted to stop moving. The boat resisted Ron's rowing, as if the water itself was refusing to flow. Ron's shoulder burned. The whisper surged again, louder now because the lake was losing its fight. "Come home." Ron's hand slipped on the wet oar handle. Hermione grabbed his wrist hard. "Ron," she snapped, voice breaking. "Stay with me. Stay with us." Ron forced his eyes to her. Her face was soaked. Her lips trembled. Her eyes were fierce and terrified. He remembered her forehead pressed to his chest in the hollow. He remembered her kiss, hard and desperate, like she was stealing a second from death. He clung to that. "I'm here," he rasped. Ginny's voice shook. "Hermione," she whispered, "what do we do?" Hermione's eyes flicked to the pale surface spreading, then to the shore, then up to the tower. Her jaw clenched. "We go under," Hermione said. Ron stared. "What?" Hermione pointed fast. "The boathouse has chains," she said. "Old anchors. If we can drop weight, maybe we can break the surface and slip under the pale layer. Water beneath might still move." Neville blinked hard. "We'll drown." Hermione's voice went sharp. "We might anyway," she snapped. "Choose." Ginny's face twisted. She looked like she wanted to argue. She didn't. She nodded once hard. Neville scrambled, hands fumbling along the boat floor. "There!" he gasped, yanking up a short chain that had been coiled under the seat. Ron's pulse hammered. The pale surface crept farther under them. The boat slowed more. The eye above the tower widened again. Ron felt the gaze like fingers at the base of his skull. Hermione grabbed the chain. "On 3, she said. "We drop and we hold our breath. We kick. We stay together. Do not let go of each other." Ginny grabbed Hermione's sleeve. Neville grabbed Ginny's. Ron grabbed Neville with his good hand. Luna placed her hand over Ron's, calm and cold. "Do not panic," she said. "Panic is what he feeds." Ron's laugh came out strangled. "Brilliant," he wheezed. "Tell my lungs that." Hermione's voice shook. 1. The boat jerked as the water stiffened again. 2. The pale surface spread toward the center of the lake like it wanted to freeze everything. 3. Hermione shoved the chain over the side. The weight yanked. The boat pitched forward hard. Ron's stomach dropped. They went over. Cold water punched Ron like a fist. He gasped instinctively, then choked as water hit his mouth. He clamped it shut and forced himself down, kicking, grabbing at fabric, at arms, at anything that felt like his friends. The pale surface above looked like a thin ceiling. Below it, the water was darker, moving, swirling around their bodies. Ron's burned shoulder screamed from the shock. He clenched his jaw and kicked harder. Hermione's hair floated like a dark cloud. Her eyes were wide, focused, not panicked. She grabbed Ron's wrist and yanked him down deeper. Ginny kicked like a furious animal, eyes squeezed shut, holding on to Hermione. Neville flailed for a second, then got control, legs pumping. Luna moved smoothly, almost graceful, like she belonged in water. Ron's lungs burned. His mind screamed. The whisper tried to slide in even here. "Come home." It sounded warped underwater, like a voice heard through stone. Ron bit down hard on his tongue again. Pain flared sharp, real. He clung to it. They sank until the pale surface above became a distant blur. Then something grabbed Ron's ankle. His body jerked. His eyes snapped open wide underwater. A white hand. Not a human hand. A hand made of pale dust, shaped like fingers but too smooth, too perfect. It wrapped his ankle and pulled upward. Ron's heart slammed. He kicked, water swirling, but the grip tightened. Hermione saw. Her eyes widened. She kicked toward him, grabbing his leg, yanking the other way. The white hand pulled harder. Ron's shoulder mark flared hot even underwater. The tether was back, angry. "Come home." Ron's body jerked upward. Hermione's grip slipped. Ginny's eyes snapped open, saw Ron being yanked, and she kicked toward him, grabbing his sleeve with both hands. Neville reached too, fingers brushing Ron's wrist, grabbing. Luna's calm snapped for the first time. Her eyes went sharp. She grabbed Neville's collar and anchored him. The white hand pulled. Ron's lungs burned. His throat spasmed. Panic surged. Ron felt himself rising toward the pale ceiling. He fought, kicking, clawing at water that suddenly felt thick again. Hermione's eyes met his. Her mouth moved underwater. Ron read the words anyway. "Do not go." Ron's chest exploded with desperation. He reached with his free hand and grabbed Hermione's wrist, crushing it tight. He pulled himself down toward her, fighting the upward pull with everything he had. The white hand tightened again. Ron's ankle felt like it would snap. Ginny's grip slipped. She grabbed again, nails digging into fabric. Her face was contorted, furious, refusing. Neville's hand latched onto Ron's forearm, knuckles white. For one heartbeat they held. Then the pale ceiling above them cracked open. Light poured down, not sunlight, not moonlight, but a pale silver glow that made Ron's teeth ache even underwater. The eye. It was looking straight through the lake now. Ron felt it lock onto his shoulder mark like a hook. "Come home." The pull surged. Ron's grip on Hermione's wrist tore free. His body shot upward. Ginny screamed underwater, a burst of bubbles and rage. She launched after him, but Neville grabbed her sleeve, yanking her back. Ron broke the pale ceiling. He burst up through the stiffened surface into rain, and air that felt too dry for a storm. He sucked in a breath and choked. The boat bobbed nearby, half submerged. Hermione's head broke the surface next, gasping, coughing. Ginny came up, sputtering. Neville came up last, choking hard. Luna rose like a seal, calm and silent. Ron's ankle was still held. The white hand was above the surface now, attached to something that was not a body, just a shape of pale dust rising out of the lake like a person being built. A figure formed, smooth and blank, head and shoulders shaping from salt and stillness. It had no face. It did not need one. Ron's shoulder mark burned hot. The pull yanked again, dragging him across the water's surface toward the figure. Hermione grabbed Ron's arm. "Ron!" She choked, coughing water. "Hold on." Ron tried. His body slid anyway. Ginny grabbed his other arm, nails digging into his skin. "No!" She snarled, voice raw. "No! You are not taking him!" The faceless figure lifted its other hand. The air around them tightened. Rain stopped falling in a small circle around it, like the drops froze in place. Ron's stomach dropped. The pressure made his chest hurt. His burned shoulder throbbed. Hermione's face went pale. "It's not just him," she gasped. "It's spreading its own agents." Neville's voice cracked. "What do we do?" Luna's eyes fixed on the figure. "It wants Ron," she said softly. "Because Ron is marked. If it drags him back, the others will follow." Ginny's jaw clenched. "Not happening." Hermione's mind raced. Ron could see it in her eyes, the calculations slamming into each other. Then Hermione did something that made Ron's heart stop. She let go of his arm. Ron's eyes went wide. "Hermione!" Hermione's voice was shaking but firm. Ron, she said fast. If we hold you, it drags us too. If it drags you, you lose. I need you to fight the pull inside your head. I need you to choose us over the voice. Ron's throat closed. The figure yanked his ankle again. His body slid toward it, water scraping his skin like ice. Come home. Ron clenched his teeth so hard his jaw ached. Ginny kept her grip. She was shaking. Hermione, she snapped. Help me. Hermione's eyes flashed. I am, she snapped back. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the rune stones, wet and dark now. She pressed them together in her palm like she was trying to make friction into a weapon. Then she slammed them onto the lake's surface in a tight cluster, right in front of the faceless figure. The stones flashed. The pale surface around them hiccuped, rippling, losing stiffness for a heartbeat. The faceless figure jerked, like it had been punched. Ron's ankle grip loosened for 1 second. Ginny used that second. She yanked Ron hard, hauling him backward, screaming through clenched teeth. Ron's ankle tore free. The faceless hand snapped shut on empty water. Ron nearly sobbed from relief. His burned shoulder still pulsed, but the upward pull eased. The figure lifted its head, blank face turning toward Hermione. Hermione went still. The air tightened around her like invisible hands at her throat. Hermione's breath hitched. Her eyes widened. Ron's stomach dropped. Hermione! Ginny snarled and tried to move, but the water felt thick again, grabbing her legs. Neville's eyes went wild. Hermione! He gasped. Hermione's lips parted. No sound came out. Then Hermione did something Ron would remember forever. She smiled. It was small, trembling, furious, like she was spitting in its face without using spit. And she mouthed one word, slow, clear, just for Ron. Run. The pressure around Hermione tightened. Hermione's body lifted slightly out of the water, like she was being pulled upward. Ginny screamed Hermione's name. Ron's brain went white. And above them, the eye widened again, pale and endless, locking on Hermione like it had been waiting for this moment. Hermione rose higher. Not drifting, not floating, rising like an invisible hand had hooked under her ribs and decided she was light. Water streamed off her hair and face in thin lines, and her eyes were wide, not with panic, with focus. She kept her mouth shut, jaw clenched, like she was refusing to give the thing the satisfaction of hearing her beg. Ginny screamed her name and kicked toward her, but the lake fought back. The water felt thick now, like it wanted to hold them in place. Ron's arms burned as he tried to swim, and his shoulder mark pulsed hot through wet cloth, answering the pull like it was eager. The eye above the tower widened, pale and flat, and Ron felt it settle on Hermione like a fingertip on a bruise. The rain around them paused in a small circle again, drops hanging in the air for a beat, then falling all at once as if the world remembered it had to move. Ron's stomach flipped when the whisper crawled back into his head. Come home. He kicked harder anyway, because there was no way he was leaving her. Hermione's gaze snapped to Ron for half a second, sharp and furious. She mouthed the word again, slow and clear, like she was trying to carve it into him. Run. Ron shook his head, choking on water and rage. Ginny grabbed his sleeve with one hand and yanked, not toward safety, toward Hermione. Her face was twisted with determination and terror. Do not you dare! Ginny rasped, voice raw. Do not leave her. I am not. Ron spat back, even though speaking made him swallow lake water and cough. The pull on his shoulder Mark tugged again, trying to turn his body toward the shore and the castle. Ron clenched his teeth until his jaw ached and forced himself to keep facing Hermione. Neville surfaced near them, gasping, eyes wild. Hermione! He choked, then swallowed hard as if the name hurt. Luna rose beside him, calm in a way that made Ron want to grab her and shout, but her eyes were sharp now, not dreamy. She was tracking the pale surface, the faceless figure, the beam from the eye like she could see the pattern. The faceless figure hovered half out of the water, smooth head angled toward Hermione. Its pale hand lifted, fingers spreading, and the air tightened around Hermione's throat. Hermione's shoulders jerked, a small involuntary spasm, and Ron saw her mouth open with no sound. Ginny surged forward again. The water grabbed her legs and dragged her back like it had hands of its own. She snarled, furious, and tried to kick free. Hermione's hand twitched. Something small slipped from her fingers and dropped into the lake, sinking fast. A dark stone. One of her rune stones. Ron's eyes locked on it as it fell. Hermione did that on purpose. She was leaving them a breadcrumb, even while being dragged toward the sky. Ron's heart hammered. Neville! He shouted, voice cracking. Your pouch! Anything that helps us breathe! Neville blinked at him, confused, then his face shifted as if something clicked. Gillyweed! He gasped, and Ron nearly laughed from disbelief. You have gillyweed! Ginny snapped, half furious, half desperate. Neville swallowed, then nodded fast. I nicked it from the greenhouse weeks ago, he said, voice shaking. I kept it wrapped, because I thought we might need the lake. Ron wanted to hug him and punch him at the same time. No! Ron barked. Neville fumbled with wet fingers, nearly dropping the pouch. Luna steadied his hands, calm and practical. Neville tore the pouch open and yanked out a clump of slimy green plant. Ginny stared. That looks disgusting. Eat it! Neville shouted back. Ron grabbed a strip and shoved it into his mouth. It tasted like cold pond and metal. He gagged, forced it down, and then the change hit him fast. His throat tightened, then opened in a way that felt wrong, like his body remembered it had other options. He took a breath that was not a breath. Water slid into him, and did not drown him. Ginny choked as she swallowed her piece, eyes wide with shock. Neville shoved the last bit into his mouth and did the same. Luna ate hers without complaint, as if she had been expecting it. Hermione was still rising. The beam from the eye pulled her toward the tower, steady and patient. Ron felt his shoulder Mark tug again, weaker than before but still there, still trying to align him with the pull. Come home. Ron bit down hard on his tongue until he tasted blood. Pain flared and sharpened his thoughts. He kicked downward, not up, diving under the surface because the pale skin of the lake above them was the thing feeding the eye. Ginny followed instantly. Neville dove with a splash and a grunt. Luna slipped under last, smooth and controlled. The water beneath the pale layer moved more. It was cold and dark and alive, and Ron clung to that movement like a rope. He kicked hard, pulling himself deeper, reaching for the sinking rune stone Hermione dropped. His fingers brushed it. He grabbed it and shoved it into his pocket, tight enough that his knuckles hurt. Above, pale light stabbed down through the ceiling of whitened water. It looked like a hole punched in ice. Hermione's outline flickered in it, then blurred as the distance grew. Ron's chest tightened even though he could breathe underwater now. He kicked harder, trying to get under her, trying to reach where the beam might weaken, but the lake began to change around them. Pale dust streamed down like snow. It did not dissolve. It coated things. It clung to Ron's sleeves, to Ginny's hair, to Neville's hands. Ron shook it off, and the dust swirled away, then returned, persistent. Ginny pointed up, eyes wide. Her mouth moved around the gills that had formed, and the words came out as bubbles and a muffled sound. It is spreading. Ron nodded because he could not waste air on speech, even underwater. He grabbed Ginny's wrist and yanked her to keep her close. He grabbed Neville too, forcing the group to stay together. Luna swam beside them, head tilted, eyes tracking the direction of the current. She pointed down and to the left. The lake bed dropped into darker water there. They dove, following Luna, and Ron felt the eye's pressure ease a fraction the deeper they went. The whisper dulled again, farther behind his thoughts. Come home. It sounded annoyed now, less certain. Then something moved in the dark. A shape cut through the water fast, too fast for a human. Ron's body tensed, and he pulled Ginny closer without thinking. Neville's eyes went huge. A figure shot past them and circled back, hair floating like a dark halo, skin gray in the dim, eyes bright. A merperson, holding a trident. Then another appeared. Then another. They formed a half-circle around Ron's group, tridents angled, bodies tense. Their faces were not friendly. Their mouths moved, and the sound came through the water like a low, vibrating hum. Ginny's eyes narrowed. She lifted her hands like she was about to fight anyway. Ron shook his head hard and pointed upward, then pointed toward the pale dust drifting down. He mimed being pulled, hooking his fingers and yanking toward the sky. Then he pointed toward where Hermione had been. The merpeople watched him, eyes sharp. One of them swam forward, close enough that Ron could see the scars on their arms, old and pale. The merperson's eyes flicked to Ron's shoulder, and Ron felt heat there like the mark had just been noticed by a predator. The merperson's lips pulled back in something that was not a smile. They jabbed the trident toward Ron's shoulder, not touching, warning. Contaminated, the hum seemed to say. Ron swallowed water in a reflex and forced himself steady. He shook his head and pointed to the burned, cracked area under his shirt as if that explained anything. It did not. Another merperson surged forward, more aggressive, and grabbed Ron's arm with a cold grip. Ron jerked, startled, and Ginny kicked forward, grabbing the merperson's wrist. The merperson did not flinch. Their fingers tightened. Ron felt pressure, not painful, controlling. They yanked Ron's arm and pointed deeper, toward a darker trench. Then they pointed upward again, toward where Hermione had been pulled. Ron understood enough. They were saying the same thing Hermione had said, in their own way. Down is safer. Ron nodded fast, sharp, and pointed at Ginny, Neville, Luna, then held his hand flat like a promise. Together. The merperson with scars stared, then gave a short, sharp hum and gestured. The merpeople shifted formation, surrounding them not as enemies now, as escorts. They moved. Ron kicked, following the merpeople into the trench. The water grew colder. The pale dust thinned for a moment, as if it struggled to reach this depth. The lakebed here was rough, scattered with rocks and old debris. Ron saw something that made his stomach twist, a broken wagon wheel, half buried. A rusted suit of armor, empty and tilted. A pile of bones that could have been fish, or could have been something else. Ginny swam close, eyes scanning, jaw clenched. Neville's face was tight with concentration. Luna drifted beside them, watching the current like she was listening to it. Then the pale dust surged again. It did not come from above this time. It seeped from the trench walls, as if the stone itself was being bleached. The merpeople tensed, tridents lifting. A white hand formed out of the trench wall and grabbed one merperson's tail. The merperson jerked and stabbed downward with their trident. The trident hit the hand and the hand burst into pale dust, scattering. More hands formed. They came in clusters, reaching, grabbing, trying to hold things still. Ron saw one hand clamp onto Neville's ankle. Neville flailed, eyes wide, and Ron grabbed Neville's wrist and yanked. The hand tightened. Ginny kicked forward and slammed her heel into the hand. The hand cracked like chalk and broke apart. Ron grabbed Ginny's wrist and pulled her back into the group. He did not let go. He could not afford to lose anyone in this water. The mere people fought with sharp, efficient movements, stabbing hands, ripping them apart, keeping the trench open. Their faces were hard, focused. They were not used to being invaded in their own lake. Ron's shoulder mark pulsed again, hotter, and the whisper surged like it had smelled blood. Come home. Ron's body jerked toward the direction of the pull, just a fraction, and he hated it. He forced himself to look at Ginny, to look at Neville, to anchor on their faces. Ginny's eyes met his. Even underwater, her expression was clear. Do not you dare. Ron nodded once, fierce. He kicked downward deeper. They reached a tunnel mouth cut into the rock. It was not smooth. It looked carved by hands and time. The merpeople shoved Ron's group through it, then followed, tridents angled back to block pale hands that tried to reach into the entrance. Inside the tunnel, the water moved faster. A current pulled them along, and Ron felt the pale dust thin again. The eye's pressure eased more, as if it hated this place. The whisper dulled to a distant itch. Come home. It sounded less like a command now, more like a memory trying to convince him it was real. The tunnel opened into a cavern. Lights glowed there, not torch flame, not spell light, soft pale algae attached to stone. The cavern was filled with shapes, merpeople homes built into rock, nets, shells, carved bone. There were more merpeople, watching, eyes bright, tridents ready. In the center of the cavern, suspended in the water by a web of kelp and rope, was Hermione. Ron's heart slammed. Hermione was unconscious, head tilted forward, hair floating. Pale threads wrapped around her wrists, and throat like thin cords made of dust. Her eyes were closed, lips slightly parted, and Ron saw small bubbles escape, slow and weak. She was breathing, but barely. Ginny surged forward, furious, but a merperson blocked her with a trident across her chest. Ginny froze, glaring. Ron swam forward anyway, hands out, but the scarred merperson grabbed his shoulder and yanked him back hard. Ron nearly twisted around, anger flaring. The merperson pointed at Ron's shoulder again, sharp and accusing. Their eyes narrowed at the area where the mark sat. Ron's stomach dropped. They think I brought this. Ron looked at Hermione again. The pale threads around her throat pulsed faintly, like they were alive. Ron's burned shoulder mark answered with a faint heat, like a distant call connecting. Hermione's body jerked once, a small twitch, and Ron saw her throat tighten against the pale threads. Ginny's hands curled into fists. Her face went white with rage. She mouthed words that would have been screaming on land. Neville swam closer to Ron, eyes wide. He pointed at Hermione, then at the threads, then shook his head as if to say no spells. Ron nodded. He knew. Luna drifted forward, calm but intent. She made a small gesture with her hands, palms down, smoothing the water, then pointed at Hermione and then at the cavern walls, as if asking who controlled this place. The merpeople watched her, wary. One merperson, older by the lines on their face and the heavier scars on their arms, swam forward. They held a trident that looked different, darker, with carved markings along the shaft. Their mouth opened, and the hum that came out was deeper. It vibrated through Ron's chest. Then, to Ron's shock, words formed in his head. Not Harry's whisper. This was different, rougher, older, like stone grinding. Marked 1, the voice said. Ron's eyes widened. He nodded slowly. The older merperson's eyes narrowed. The voice in Ron's head continued, blunt and cold. You carry stillness on your skin. It poisons water. It calls the eye. Ron's stomach clenched. He tried to form words in his own head, uncertain if it would work. He did it to me, Ron thought, angry and desperate. I did not choose it. The older merperson's gaze flicked to Hermione. The voice was sharp. The girl is caught by the threads. The threads seek the tower. The threads listen to your mark. Ginny pushed forward, aggressive, and the younger merpeople shifted, tridents raising. The older merperson did not flinch, but the current around them seemed to tighten like a warning. Luna grabbed Ginny's wrist and held her, calm but firm. Ginny glared, but she did not yank free. Her breathing looked fast even underwater. Ron's mind raced. If the mark was the hook, then Hermione was being reeled in through it. The pale threads were using him as a coordinate, a map. Ron swam closer to Hermione, stopping a few feet away because the merpeople's tridents made a wall. He stared at her face, at the pale cords at her throat, and anger burned through him until his vision blurred. He forced himself to think practical, hard. How do we break it? Neville drifted closer and held up his pouch, then pulled out orchid petals. He pointed at the pale threads and offered the petals like an idea. The older merperson watched, then shook their heads slowly. The voice in Ron's head came again. Hope repels shadow. This is not shadow. This is stillness. Ron clenched his jaw. Right, he muttered, but the sound came out as bubbles. Ginny pointed at Ron's shoulder and mimed cutting with a sharp motion. Her eyes locked on Ron's. There was no softness in her face. Only decision. Ron's stomach dropped. She means cut it off. Ron's burned shoulder throbbed as if it agreed with her. The older merperson's eyes followed Ginny's gesture. The voice in Ron's head was immediate. Remove the mark, or it will pull you and all you love toward the tower. Ron's mouth went dry even underwater. Neville's eyes widened with horror. He shook his head hard, then pointed at Ron, then at Hermione, then made a pleading gesture like do not do it. Ron looked at Hermione again. Hermione's face was pale. Her lips trembled faintly. Her chest moved slow. If he did nothing, she would be pulled to the tower, and he would lose her anyway. If he kept the mark, the eye would keep using him like a handle. Ron's hands shook. His tongue still stung from where he bit it. He clung to that pain because it made him feel alive. He swam forward until the tridents almost touched his chest. He raised both hands, palms out, trying to show he was not attacking. The older merperson stared at him, cold and assessing. Ron forced the thought through, raw. I will remove it. Help her. The older merperson watched him for a long beat. Then the trident lowered a fraction. The voice in Ron's head was still blunt. If you lie, we throw you to the pale water. Ron's stomach flipped. He nodded once, sharp. Ginny moved in close beside Ron, eyes fierce. She pointed at Ron's shoulder again, and then mind holding him steady. Her gaze flicked to Neville and Luna like a command. Neville's face twisted, frightened, but he nodded. Luna nodded too, calm. They needed a blade. Ron pulled his knife from his pocket. It felt heavy. Familiar. Human. Ginny's eyes locked on the knife, then on Ron's face. Her mouth moved, and the words came out as bubbles, but Ron understood. Do it quick. Ron swallowed water in a reflex and forced it down through gills. He reached up, grabbed his wet shirt collar, and yanked it down off his shoulder. The silver handprint was still there, cracked from the burn, but glowing faintly. The skin around it looked angry and red. Ron stared at it, hate rising. It was a brand. It was ownership. It was Harry's calm hand telling him he belonged. Ron's jaw clenched. Ginny grabbed Ron's upper arm, anchoring him. Neville grabbed Ron's other side, hands shaking. Luna hovered in front of Ron, close enough that her eyes filled his vision. Her gaze was steady. Do not drift, her eyes seemed to say. Ron lifted the knife. The older merperson watched, trident angled, ready to intervene if he did something wrong. Ron placed the knife tip at the edge of the silver mark. His hand shook. The whisper in his head stirred, like it sensed danger. Come home. Ron snarled, a sound that came out as bubbles and rage. He pressed the blade in. Pain flared sharp, immediate. Hot even in cold water. Ron's body jerked. Ginny tightened her grip. Neville's hands clamped down harder. Luna's fingers touched Ron's wrist for a second, grounding, then let go, leaving him to do it himself. Ron cut. He dragged the blade along the edge of the mark, carving a line around the silver handprint. Blood bloomed into the water, dark and swirling. Ron's stomach lurched at the sight, but he kept going. He could not stop. If he stopped, he would not start again. The pain was awful. It radiated down his arm and into his chest. Ron's vision blurred. He bit down on his tongue again, and tasted blood in his mouth and blood in the water. The silver mark pulsed brighter, as if it was fighting. Heat surged from it, and Ron felt the whisper spike, sharp and angry. Come home. Ron's shoulders tensed. His body tried to jerk toward the direction of the tower, even down here. The mark pulled at him like a hook lodged under his skin. Ron forced the knife deeper and finished the circle. The skin gave with a sick, dragging sensation. Ron's stomach flipped. He fought the urge to retch because there was no air to vomit into, only water. Ginny grabbed the back of his shirt with her free hand and held him steady. Neville's eyes were wide with horror, but he did not let go. Ron hooked the knife under the cut skin and pulled. The silver handprint peeled away from his shoulder like a patch of wet paper. Ron's vision went white for a beat. Pain slammed into him. He wanted to scream, but it came out as bubbles and shaking. The mark came free. It floated in front of him, a piece of skin with the silver print glowing faintly, drifting in the water like a horrible little flag. The whisper in Ron's head cut off. Not fading, not dulling, snapping. Silence hit Ron so hard he nearly cried. He stared, panting through gills, chest heaving, and the absence of that voice felt like stepping out of a room that had been too loud for weeks. Ginny's eyes locked on Ron's shoulder, and her expression shifted, relief and horror mixed. Blood streamed from the wound, staining his shirt, curling into the current. Neville made a choke sound. Luna's gaze stayed steady, but her jaw tightened. The older merperson surged forward and grabbed the floating mark before it could drift away. Their fingers squeezed it, and the silver glow flared once, then steadied. The older merperson's voice hit Ron's head again. Good. Then the merperson snapped something in their own language, sharp and commanding. Two younger merpeople darted forward with a strip of dark kelp. They wrapped it around Ron's shoulder wound, tight, compressing. It stung like fire, but the bleeding slowed. Ron sucked in water through gills and tried to steady himself. Ginny hovered close, hands still on Ron's arm. Her face was tight. She mouthed words again, slower, and Ron understood. "You are so stupid." Ron tried to grin. It came out as a grimace. Hermione's pale threads pulsed again. Ron turned fast, fear spiking. Without the mark, would the threads stop, or would they tighten in anger? For a heartbeat, the threads went slack. Hermione's body dipped slightly in the kelp web, like a tension line had been cut. Small bubbles escaped her mouth, faster now. Her chest's movement strengthened. Ron's heart punched. It worked. Ginny's eyes widened. Neville let out a shaky breath through gills, shoulders sagging. The older merperson lifted their trident and jabbed the pale threads at Hermione's throat. The metal touched the threads and there was a faint crackle in the water, like ice fracturing. The pale thread snapped. Not dissolving, snapping into pieces that drifted away as dust. The remaining cords around Hermione's wrists loosened. The merpeople cut them quickly with sharp shells, efficient. Hermione sagged, still unconscious, but free. Ron surged forward without thinking, hands out. The tridents did not block him now. He caught Hermione by the shoulders gently, pulling her close. Her face was cold. Her lips were blue-tinged. Her eyes stayed shut. Ron's chest tightened. He pressed his forehead to hers for half a second, a desperate touch, and then he forced himself to focus. They needed to get her breathing properly, even underwater. Neville swam close, eyes panicked. He pointed at Hermione's mouth, then at the gills on Ron's neck, asking the obvious question with his expression. "How does she breathe now?" Luna drifted in and put her hand on Hermione's cheek. Her eyes narrowed, as if she could feel something in Hermione's skin. "She is between." Luna's voice appeared in Ron's head, quieter than the merperson, more delicate. Ron did not know how she was doing it, but he did not care. "She is still listening. We have to wake her fully." Ginny grabbed Hermione's wrist and squeezed hard, as if pain could pull her back. It did not. The older merperson snapped another command, and a merperson brought forward a cluster of glowing algae. They pressed it gently under Hermione's jaw and along her neck. Hermione's throat twitched. Her lips parted. A stronger stream of bubbles escaped. Then Hermione's eyes flickered. Ron's whole body went tight. Hermione's eyes opened, unfocused and wide. For a second, she looked terrified, like she was waking from drowning. Ron grabbed her face gently, forcing her to see him. "Hermione!" he mouthed, but the sound came out as bubbles. Hermione's gaze locked onto Ron's eyes. Recognition hit. Relief hit. Then anger, immediate and fierce. Her hand shot up and grabbed Ron's shoulder, right where the wound was. Pain exploded through Ron and he jerked, choking. Hermione's eyes widened, then she looked down and saw the dark kelp bandage and the blood. Her expression broke for a second, sharp and horrified. Even underwater, Ron could read her lips. "Ronald." Ron tried to laugh. It hurt. Ginny shoved her face close to Hermione's, eyes blazing. She mouthed words fast, furious. "He cut it off. He cut the mark off." Hermione's eyes went wide. Hermione's gaze snapped back to Ron's shoulder. She looked like she wanted to shout at him, hug him, and slap him all at once. Ron mouthed back, slow, exhausted. It was pulling you. Hermione's expression shifted, focus returning. She nodded once, sharp. Then her eyes flicked up, scanning the cavern, the merpeople, the algae light. She saw the older merperson holding the piece of marked skin in their hand. Hermione's jaw clenched. She lifted her hand and made a small gesture, 2 fingers tapping her own temple, then pointing toward the mark. A question. The older merperson's voice entered Ron's head again, answering anyway. The eye cannot track you through it now, but it can track the mark itself. This is bait. Hermione's eyes narrowed, understanding. Ron's blood ran cold at the word bait. Because bait meant someone would bite. And the one biting was Harry. Hermione's gaze locked on Ron again. Her lips moved, precise even underwater. Where is the rune stone? Ron fumbled in his pocket and pulled it out. He shoved it into Hermione's hand. Hermione squeezed it hard, and Ron saw her shoulders steady, like touching her own work anchored her. Ginny hovered close, still breathing hard, anger simmering under her skin. Neville looked exhausted and pale. Luna watched Hermione like she was measuring how much of her was still Hermione. Hermione pointed upward, toward where the tower would be. Then she pointed downward, deeper into the cavern, then made a sharp snapping motion with her fingers, like breaking a branch. Ron stared. What? He mouthed. Hermione grabbed Ron's sleeve and pulled him close, lips near his ear, then spoke in his head, weak but clear, like she had forced the words through the rune stone. The elder tree roots reach into the lake. Ron's stomach flipped. Hermione continued, voice strained. I felt it. He is anchored. There is a root in the deep trench. If we cut it, we hurt him. Ginny's eyes widened. Neville's mouth fell open. Luna's head tilted, calm but intent, like it fit something she already suspected. Ron's chest tightened. Hurt him. Not talk him down. Not bargain. Hurt him. Ron's mind flashed to Harry's face cracking like porcelain, the darkness under it, the confused hurt that turned cold. He swallowed hard. Hermione's voice pressed on, urgent. We cannot fight him head on. We fight the anchor. But we need time. Ron looked at the older merperson and then at the mark in their hand. Bait. Hermione's eyes followed his gaze. She nodded once, fierce and grim. Ron's throat tightened. You want to use it? He mouthed. Hermione's lips pressed into a thin line. She did not look away. Yes. Ginny made a sharp motion, as if she was about to argue, but Hermione's eyes cut to her and stopped her. Hermione's face was pale, but hard. Ginny's jaw clenched. She nodded once, angry acceptance. Neville looked like he might be sick. He lifted a hand to his mouth, and then lowered it again, breathing through gills, forcing himself steady. Luna drifted closer to the older merperson, eyes calm. She made a small bow, awkward but sincere. Then she pointed toward the deep tunnel, then at the mark, then at Hermione, then at Ron's wounded shoulder. A request. Help us. The older merperson stared at them for a long beat. Then the merperson lifted their trident and tapped the cavern floor twice. The sound vibrated through the water. Merpeople moved. Fast. Organized. 2 swam to the tunnel entrance, tridents up. 2 more took Hermione gently by the arms, supporting her. Another brought a thicker kelp wrap and tightened Ron's bandage, sealing more. The older merperson held up the mark, and the silver glow flared faintly. Ron felt nothing in his head, but he felt the water around them tense, like the lake itself noticed. Hermione's eyes narrowed. He will feel it, she thought into Ron's mind, voice tight. Ron's stomach dropped. How fast? He thought back, raw. Hermione's gaze flicked upward. Fast, she thought. They moved anyway. The older merperson led them into a deeper passage, narrower and darker. The algae light dimmed. The current pulled them along again, stronger, colder. Hermione clung to Ron's sleeve with one hand, still weak, but her eyes were sharp now. Ginny stayed on Hermione's other side, protective and furious. Neville swam behind them, holding the pouch tight. Luna followed, calm and watchful. Ron's shoulder wound throbbed with each kick. The kelp wrap stung and tightened. He focused on the pain because it was real. It was his. It was not Harry's voice. They reached a split in the tunnel. One path went up, toward lighter water. Another dropped straight down into blackness. The older merperson pointed down. Hermione's eyes widened slightly. She looked at Ron. Ron nodded. We go down, he thought, voice grim. Ginny's eyes flashed. Of course we do, she mouthed, angry. Because nothing can ever be normal. They dove. The darkness swallowed them fast. The water pressure increased. Ron's ears popped, and his chest tightened even though he could breathe. The current here felt different, heavier, like the lake itself was thickening. Pale dust appeared again, seeping in strands. The older merperson snapped a command, and the escort mare people formed a tighter circle, tridents stabbing at pale hands that tried to form in the dark. Each time a hand formed, it cracked apart into dust when hit. Then the dust began to cling to the trident tips. The metal whitened. The older merperson's eyes narrowed. The voice in Ron's head hit again, warning. Stillness learns. Ron's stomach turned. They reached the bottom. A massive root sprawled across the trench floor like a thick pale snake. It was not wood exactly. It looked like bone and bark mixed, ridged and smoothed in wrong places. It pulsed faintly, slow, steady, like a heartbeat. Hermione's grip on Ron's sleeve tightened. Her eyes went fierce. That. Ron stared at it, breath catching even underwater. The root was wrapped around stone, embedded. It was anchored deep, feeding upward. The water around it looked slightly paler, as if the root was leaking stillness into the lake. Ginny's face twisted with hatred. Neville looked terrified. Luna's eyes widened, then narrowed, as if she was memorizing it. The older merperson swam forward and pressed the mark, the piece of silver skin, against the root. The root reacted. A ripple ran through it. The pale pulse sped up for a beat, then steadied. The silver on the mark brightened, and for 1 second, Ron felt the eye's attention brush past his thoughts like a cold draft. Not inside his head. Close. He shivered. Hermione's voice hit Ron's mind, urgent. He is looking here. Ron's stomach dropped. How long? He thought, tight. Hermione's eyes flicked to the pale dust. Seconds, she thought. Ginny gripped Hermione's wrist and mouthed. Tell me what to do. Hermione's jaw clenched. She pointed at the root, then mimed cutting. Then she pointed at the pale dust, and made a sharp pushing motion. Hold them back. Neville's hands tightened on the pouch. He pulled out orchid petals again, then hesitated, face twisting. Hermione shook her head fast. Not shadow, she thought. But use anything living. Anything moving. Neville nodded, then shoved the pouch open and yanked out more gillyweed strands and other plant scraps, whatever he had kept. He scattered them toward the pale dust-like bait of his own. The pale dust recoiled slightly, as if it disliked the living texture. It did not stop, but it slowed. The older merperson lifted their trident, now whitening at the tips, and jabbed it into the root. The trident hit with a dull thud. The root did not split. It flexed. The root tightened around the trident and tried to hold it still. The older merperson jerked back, fighting, and the trident creaked in their grip. Ginny surged forward, grabbed the trident shaft, and pulled too. Her face was furious. Neville grabbed the older merperson's arm and pulled, helping. Luna anchored Neville's waist so he did not get dragged. Ron's chest tightened. He needed a blade. His knife. He still had it. Ron yanked it out and swam toward the root, ignoring the sting in his shoulder. Hermione grabbed his sleeve and held him for half a second, eyes fierce and scared. Ron nodded once, a promise. He pressed the knife into the root. The blade scraped like it was hitting stone. Ron pushed harder. The root oozed a pale fluid, not sap, something thin and cold. The knife edge whitened slightly where it touched. Ron's stomach flipped. The whisper tried to return, faint, angry. Come home. It was not inside his mind like before. It was like the water itself carried it now, vibrating through bone. Ron clenched his jaw and sawed. His shoulder wound screamed. His arms shook. He kept cutting anyway, blade grinding, hands slipping, pain dragging him toward panic. Ginny's grip on the trident held the root tense. Neville's face was contorted with effort. Luna's eyes stayed locked on the pale dust creeping closer. Hermione moved. Even weak, she pushed herself forward, grabbed the rune stone in her hand, and slammed it against the root near Ron's blade. The stone flashed. The root shuddered. For one heartbeat, the root softened, like the rune disrupted the stillness. Ron's blade sank in a fraction more. Ron used that. He shoved the knife deeper and yanked. The root split a little, a thin crack forming. Pale dust surged toward them in a wave, furious. The mere people stabbed at it, tridents cracking hands into dust, but the dust kept coming, thicker now. Luna's calm snapped into urgency. She grabbed Neville's pouch and shoved it at him, then pointed at the algae lights on the cavern walls. Neville blinked, then understood. He ripped algae clusters off the stone, living light, and threw them into the pale dust wave. The dust recoiled again, as if it hated the living glow. The wave hesitated. Ron's knife cut again. The crack in the root widened. Hermione's face tightened, pain and focus mixed. Again, she thought at Ron, voice strained. Cut deeper. It is resisting. Ron snarled through clenched teeth and sawed, hands shaking. The root pulsed. Then it pulsed harder. A shockwave ran through the trench, and the water went suddenly still for a fraction of a second. Ron's body felt pinned. Ginny's hair froze mid-float. Neville's eyes widened. Luna's breath caught. The eye's attention slammed down like a weight. Ron felt it like a hand at the back of his skull again, not inside, pressing. Hermione's eyes went wide with terror. She thought one word into Ron's mind, sharp and urgent. Now. Ron shoved the knife in and ripped sideways with everything he had. The root split open. A crack ran down its length like a seam tearing. Pale fluid spilled out, and the stillness in the water stuttered. The cavern shook. The algae lights flickered. Up above, the pale dust screamed without sound, surging in a furious wave toward them, like the lake itself was trying to slam a door. Ron's vision blurred as pain and cold and pressure hit at once. And in the silence between heartbeats, Harry's voice finally reached them again, not a whisper, not an invitation. A calm, furious certainty that made Ron's blood run cold. Stop. The word hit the water like a command. The root convulsed. Hermione screamed in Ron's mind. And the crack they made began to close. The crack in the root started to seal like it never existed. Ron felt it before he saw it, the water tightening around his wrists, the knife biting less and less, like the wood-bone thing was swallowing the blade. The command that hit the trench, that single calm word, still vibrated through the dark water. Stop. Ron's body went rigid for a heartbeat, muscles trying to obey without permission. His burned shoulder screamed, the kelp wrap pulling tight, and that pain was the only reason he did not go soft and still. Hermione's scream hit his mind like a slap. Not sound, not a voice, raw panic and fury shoved straight into him. Ron blinked hard, eyes stinging in the dark. Hermione was to his left, close enough that her hair brushed his cheek when the current shifted. Ginny was just above and behind Hermione, gripping the older merperson's trident shaft with both hands. Neville was behind Ron's right shoulder, clutching the pouch and the torn algae clusters, eyes wide and wet. Luna hovered a little higher, watching the pale dust wave like she could see where it would strike first. The older merperson's trident tip had whitened almost completely. The pale dust was learning the metal, learning the shape. The crack in the root narrowed again. Ron shoved his knife in, hard, trying to wedge it, but the root flexed, pushing back, squeezing the blade like a fist. Ginny's eyes locked on Ron. Her mouth formed words in the water, sharp and furious. Do not let it close. Ron wanted to shout that he was trying. His lungs burned even though he could breathe in water. He could feel the eye above them, even this deep, even this far, like a pressure on the back of his skull that made his teeth ache. Hermione's fingers fumbled for the runed stone, then slammed it against the root again. The stone flashed once, weak and stubborn. The root shuddered. The crack widened a fraction. Then the calm pressure returned, heavier. Stop. Ron's hands went numb for half a second. His knife stopped moving without him choosing it. Hermione's face twisted in horror. She forced a thought into Ron, clipped and urgent. He is inside the water now. Ron's stomach dropped. The pale dust wave surged forward in one thick sheet, like a wall sliding toward them. The escort merpeople stabbed at it, tridents cracking hands into dust, but each time a hand burst apart it became more dust, more stillness, more material. The wave kept coming. Neville's hands shook as he threw algae clusters into it. The living light made parts of the dust recoil, but only for a moment. The dust began to coat the glowing bits, dulling them. Luna's eyes narrowed. She grabbed Neville's sleeve and yanked him closer to her, then pointed down at the trench floor, at the loose stones around the root, at the thin lines of current that still moved. Movement, her expression said. Make it move. Ron's mind snapped onto the simplest thing that might work. If stillness was the weapon, then motion was the shield. Ron shoved his knife back into his pocket and grabbed the root with both hands. It was colder than it should be. Wrong cold, like touching metal in winter. It pulsed under his fingers, slow and steady, like it was counting time and expecting everyone else to stop. Ron dug his fingers in and twisted, trying to force it to move. His shoulder wound screamed. The kelp wrap bit into his skin. Blood leaked into the water anyway, thin and dark. Ginny saw what he was doing and swam down, planting her boots against the trench floor. She wrapped both hands around the root beside Ron's hands and pulled the opposite way, face contorted with effort. Neville followed, grabbing another section, shaking, eyes huge, but he grabbed. The root resisted like it was bolted into the world. Hermione moved closer, pressing her rune stone into the crack again, trying to hold the seam open. Her lips trembled. Her eyes were fierce. Ron could not hear her voice, but he could read it on her mouth. Now, Ron. Move it. Ron snarled, bubbles rushing past his face, and he twisted harder. The root pulsed. The pulse changed. It sped up for a beat, like a heart startled awake. And the water around them went suddenly still again, like the trench took a single held breath. Ron's hands froze. Ginny froze. Neville froze. Even the algae lights looked suspended. Only Hermione's eyes moved, wide and terrified. Then the stillness snapped and slammed into motion all at once, like something had flung the trench. The root convulsed. A pale shape formed above them in the dark, not a face, not a body, just a suggestion of shoulders and a head made of dust and pressure. The eyes' attention sharpened to a point. Ron felt Harry without seeing him properly. That calm, that certainty, that wrong safety that made your muscles want to stop fighting. Harry's voice slid into the water again, clearer now, closer. You will break yourselves for nothing. Ron's stomach twisted. The words were not shouted. They were not even angry. They were patient, like a teacher correcting a child. Ginny's eyes went wild. She let go of the root with one hand and tried to lift her wand out of instinct, then stopped herself mid-motion, jaw clenched so hard it looked painful. Hermione's thought hit Ron, hard and sharp. Do not cast. If you cast, he bends it. Ron nodded once, fierce. He reached back into his pocket and yanked the knife out again. Harry's presence shifted slightly, like a head tilt. Ron. The name hit Ron's chest like a weight. Not kind. Not cruel. Familiar in the worst way, like an old door opening in your head. Ron's throat tightened. He forced himself to think of the hut, of Hermione's hands on his face, of the slap, of Ginny's grip, of Neville's shaking hands. He forced himself to stay inside his own body. We are not yours, Ron tried to say, but it came out as bubbles and a broken sound. Harry's calm didn't change. You are tired. You are hurt. Give the hurt to me. Hermione's eyes snapped to Ron's. She looked terrified for him, like she could see the way the words tried to slide into soft places. Ron bit down on his tongue again, hard, and pain flared bright, real. He shoved the knife into the crack. Hermione slammed the rune stone against the blade, right where it entered the root. The stone flashed. The crack widened. Ron ripped the knife sideways, carving into the seam. The root bled pale fluid. It clouded the water like milk. The pale dust wave screamed forward again, furious, surging around the escort merpeople. Two tridents snapped under pressure, the tips widening and cracking. A merperson jerked back as a white hand grabbed their tail. Another merperson stabbed the hand, but the hand did not break right away, it held on, trying to make them still. Luna darted down and slammed her palm into the water between the hand and the tail, not a spell, just a push, like she was forcing current through a narrow place. The hand loosened for half a second. The merperson tore free, eyes flashing. Ron's knife cut again. His shoulder wound tore open further. Pain flared down his arm. He nearly lost his grip. Ginny grabbed Ron's wrist and held it steady, eyes burning. "Do it," her mouth said. "Do it." Neville grabbed the algae cluster with both hands and shoved it into the crack above Ron's blade, like he was stuffing living light into the wound. The algae sizzled faintly as the pale fluid hit it. The light pulsed stubborn. The root shuddered. Harry's voice grew colder. "Stop." The word hit harder this time. Ron's muscle seized. His fingers went numb. His knife stalled in the seam. Hermione's eyes widened. She pressed her forehead to Ron's for half a second, right there in the water, hair tangling, eyes fierce. "Look at me," her mouth said. Ron forced his eyes to hers. Hermione shoved a thought into him, ragged and furious. "You are not a statue. Move." Ron's lungs burned. His tongue bled. His shoulder screamed. It was enough. Ron jerked his arm free, not from Ginny, from the invisible grip of that command. He ripped the knife down. The seams split wider. The root convulsed so hard it knocked them sideways. Ginny slammed into Ron's shoulder and hissed in pain, then grabbed him again instantly, refusing to drift. Neville's body spun slightly. Luna caught his sleeve and anchored him. The pale dust wave smashed into the escort merpeople like a tide. Trident stabbed. Hands cracked. Dust swirled. The algae lights flickered as dust coated them, turning them dim. The older merpersons surged forward through the chaos, eyes hard. They held the piece of Ron's marked skin in their fists like a weapon. Ron's stomach dropped as he remembered it. The bait. Hermione's eyes darted to it too. She understood instantly, and her thoughts slammed into Ron again. "Throw it into the seam." Ron stared at her, horrified and sure at the same time. If the mark was still a coordinate, still a hook, then burying it in the anchor might force the eye to bite its own tether. Ginny saw Hermione's gesture and nodded once, savage. Neville's face twisted with fear. He shook his head, then swallowed and nodded anyway, because there was no other choice. The older merperson's voice hit Ron's head again, rough and urgent. "Bait will call the keeper. We strike when he bites." Ron reached out, hand shaking, and the older merperson slapped the mark into Ron's palm. It felt wrong. Cold. Heavy. Like holding a piece of someone else's control. For a heartbeat, the whisper tried to curl back into Ron's skull. It did not find a place to sit. It scraped and slid and failed. Ron didn't let himself think. He shoved the mark into the split seam. The root reacted like it had been punched. The pale fluid inside the root surged, then hardened, then surged again. The seam tried to close around the mark, swallowing it. Hermione slammed the rune stone against the seam again, holding it open. Ginny grabbed Ron's wrist and yanked him back a fraction, making space. Neville shoved another algae cluster into the seam, forcing living light against the mark. The water around them pulsed once, twice, like a heartbeat that wasn't the roots. Above them, even this deep, the eye's pressure snapped into focus. Ron felt it latch onto the mark inside the seam. Harry's voice sharpened, the calm finally cracking. "What have you done?" The words were still quiet, but the edge in them was new. Not anger exactly. Alarm. Ron's stomach turned cold. It worked. He noticed. Hermione's eyes went feral. She shoved her rune stone deeper into the seam, pressing it against the mark. No, her mouth said. Ron yanked his knife up and drove it into the seam again, right beside the mark. Ginny grabbed the root and twisted hard, forcing it to move while Ron cut. Neville shoved Algie into the widening crack, hands shaking violently. The root convulsed. The seam blew open. The mark inside flashed silver, bright, blinding for a heartbeat. Then the silver light shot upward through the trench like a spear. Ron felt the eye bite. He felt it. Not inside his head, but in the water, in the pressure, in the sudden violent pull that snapped upward like someone had hooked a rope and yanked. The root screamed without sound. The pale dust wave around them shattered. Not dissolving, snapping apart into chaotic swirls, losing its smooth wall shape. The escort mare people tore free as the hands around them cracked and fell apart. The older merperson's trident, widening at the tip, suddenly darkened again as the stillness lost hold for a second. Harry's voice hit the trench, no longer patient. Enough. The words slammed into them like a wave. Ron's body jerked. His knife nearly flew from his hand. Hermione grabbed his wrist and held it, eyes blazing. She pressed her forehead to his again, stubborn and furious, and her thought hit him like fire. Do not let go. Ron clenched his fingers harder until his knuckles ached. Ginny snarled and shoved her shoulder into the root, legs braced against the trench floor. Neville anchored behind her, both hands gripping her waist so she did not get thrown back by the convulsions. Luna hovered above Neville, one hand gripping his collar, the other pressing against the current, forcing motion where the water wanted to stiffen. The seam widened further. The root's pulse sped up wildly. It was no longer steady. It was panicking. Ron saw pale fluid pouring out like blood. It swirled around his hands, cold and wrong. It tried to cling to his sleeves, to his fingers, to make them still. Ron shook his arms violently, refusing. Hermione's rune stone flashed again, stronger this time, as if it fed on the chaos. The eye pressure above them wavered. Ron felt a shock through the water, like something far away had been struck. A scream, not from their mouths, not through sound, through the connection. Harry. It hit Ron's bones like lightning. Ginny's eyes widened. Neville's face twisted. Luna's calm flickered for the first time into something like grim satisfaction. The root convulsed one last time and then split. Not a small crack. A full tear. The anchor snapped. The piece of Mark's skin inside it flared once, then turned dull, like a candle snuffed. The water surged. Currents exploded through the trench, dragging dust away, dragging pale fluid away, forcing everything to move. The algae lights flared brighter as the dust coating them peeled off and scattered. Ron's body spun as the current grabbed him. Ginny's hand shot out and latched onto his shirt. Neville latched onto Ginny. Luna latched onto Neville. Hermione clung to Ron's wrist, eyes wide, hair whipping. The escort merpeople surged in, forming around them like a living shield, tridents angled to keep them together. The older merperson grabbed the broken end of the root and shoved it down into the trench floor, pinning it like a corpse, eyes hard. The voice in Ron's head came again, rough and urgent. Up. Now. The water will rage. The keeper will rage. Ron's stomach dropped. Harry's presence in the trench flickered, unstable now, like a light that could not hold shape. I will find you. The words hissed through the water, not loud, not frantic, worse than frantic. Certain. Then the pressure vanished. Not fading. Gone. The eye's attention snapped away like it had been yanked back to the tower. Hermione's grip tightened on Ron's wrist. Her thought hit him, exhausted and fierce. We hurt him. We actually hurt him. Ron's chest tightened with relief and fear in the same breath. The current dragged them upward through the tunnel, fast enough that Ron's ears popped again. Water roared around them. The Mere People moved like they were born for this, guiding them through turns without slowing. Ron kept his eyes on Hermione, making sure she stayed with them. Ginny kept one hand on Hermione's sleeve and one hand on Ron's shirt, refusing to lose anyone. Neville clung like his life depended on it. It did. Luna stayed just above Neville, steadying him every time the current tried to flip him. They shot out into the larger cavern where Hermione had been held. The kelp web was shredded now, loose strands whipping in the current. The algae lights flickered wildly. Mere People swarmed, some carrying younger ones, some grabbing supplies, some stabbing at the last pale hands that tried to form in corners. The older merperson pointed toward a higher tunnel, one Ron had not noticed before. Their mental voice was sharp. Surface. Not the shore. The shore is watched. Ron nodded, even though his arms were shaking from effort. They moved again, pushed through the tunnel by the current, faster and faster, until the water grew lighter and the pressure eased. Ron's body finally remembered exhaustion. His shoulder throbbed. His tongue stung. His hands shook. He forced himself to keep moving anyway. They burst into open water near the lake's far side, away from the boathouse, away from the castle's direct line. Rain hammered the surface. The pale skin on the lake was breaking apart in patches now, swirling and dissolving into darker water that moved again. Ron surfaced with a violent gasp, sucking air like he had never had it before. Ginny surfaced beside him, coughing, spitting rain. Neville surfaced and nearly choked, then grabbed a breath and sobbed once, a broken sound he tried to swallow. Hermione surfaced last, dragged up by Ron and Ginny together, coughing hard, eyes squeezed shut, hair plastered to her face. Luna surfaced quietly, blinking rain out of her lashes, scanning the shore. Ron grabbed Hermione's shoulders and held her up. Hermione coughed and coughed, then finally sucked in a full breath. Her eyes snapped open, wild and angry. "Do not!" she rasped, voice raw. "Do not you dare drop me!" Ron's laugh came out hoarse. "Wasn't planning to," he choked. Ginny grabbed Hermione's other side and hauled. "Move!" she snapped. "We are getting out. Now." They swam toward a rocky bank hidden by reeds and trees. The rain made everything slick. Ron's fingers slipped on stone twice before he found a grip. Neville hauled himself up first, shaking violently, then turned and grabbed Ginny's arm, pulling her up. Ginny yanked Hermione up next with a grunt. Ron climbed last, legs trembling, then reached back automatically to steady Luna as she stepped onto the rock like she was stepping out of a bath. They lay there for half a second, chests heaving, rain slapping their faces. Ron's shoulder wound burned. The kelp wrap was soaked and tight. Blood seeped through it, diluted by rain. Hermione pushed herself up on her elbows, rain streaming down her face. Her eyes locked on Ron's shoulder. "What did you do?" she whispered, voice trembling with fury. Ron swallowed. His throat was raw. "I took it off," he said, voice cracking. "It was pulling you. It was pulling all of us." Hermione stared at him like she wanted to murder him and kiss him and cry. Her hands shook. She reached out toward his shoulder, then stopped, like touching might hurt too much. Ginny let out a shaky breath and looked toward the castle through the trees. The tower was a dim shape in the distance, blurred by rain and dark. "The eye," Ginny whispered. "Is it still there?" Luna tilted her head. "It is quieter," she said softly. "Not gone. Hurt." Neville dragged a hand down his face, rain mixing with tears. "We actually hurt him," he whispered, like he could not believe it. Hermione's jaw clenched. "We hurt the anchor," she corrected, voice sharp even through exhaustion. "That matters. It means he is not untouchable." Ron's chest tightened. "Hermione," he said quietly. Hermione's eyes snapped to him. "What?" she snapped, then her voice broke on the word because she was still shaking. Ron could not help it. He reached for her, careful, and grabbed her wrist. Hermione flinched, then leaned in anyway, stubborn and furious. Her forehead pressed to his, wet hair tangling. "You scared me," she whispered, voice shaking. "You absolute idiot." Ron's throat tightened. He tried to grin. It came out crooked. "Yeah," he rasped. "I know." Hermione's breath hitched. She lifted her hand and slapped his chest weakly, more a tap than a slap. "Do not," she whispered again. "Do not do things like that without telling me." Ron swallowed hard. "I did not have time," he said, voice rough. "I saw you being pulled and I could not." Hermione's eyes flashed wet. "I told you to run," she whispered. Ron's laugh came out broken. "Yeah," he said. "I ignored you. Like normal." Hermione's mouth trembled. She stared at him for a long beat. Then she grabbed his shirt with both hands and yanked him forward. Their mouths met. It was not gentle. It was desperate and messy, rain and blood, taste and relief. Ron's shoulder screamed when she pulled him too hard. He did not care. He kissed her back like he had been holding his breath for days. Ginny made a sound of disgust and relief at the same time. "Oh, for Merlin's sake," she muttered, voice thick. "Do that later." Neville gave a shaky laugh that turned into a cough. Luna watched them with calm approval, like she had ticked a box in her head. Hermione broke the kiss first, breathing hard, forehead still pressed to Ron's. "If you ever do that again," she whispered, "I will hex you myself." Ron nodded, eyes burning. "Fair," he rasped. Ginny shoved herself up, wiping rain from her face. "We need to move," she said. "He will notice the lake is moving again. He will notice we are not dead." Hermione's eyes narrowed. "He already noticed," she said quietly. "He threatened us. He will hunt." Neville looked toward the trees, frightened. "How do we get away? The grounds are watched." Luna pointed deeper into the forest line. "The lake tunnels," she said. "The Mere people can move us again if they choose. But we need to decide where we are going." Hermione pushed herself fully upright, grimacing as her ribs protested. "We go to the Order," she said, voice firm. "We warn them that the anchor exists. That it can be cut. That the eye is not invincible." Ginny's jaw clenched. "And what about Hagrid?" she spat. "He was marked. He was there." Ron's stomach twisted. He pictured the thumbprint on Hagrid's forehead. He pictured Hagrid's voice flat, wrong. Hermione's face tightened. "We come back for him," she said. "But not now. Not like this. We are hurt. We have no plan. He will use us. Ginny's eyes flashed with anger, but she nodded sharp because she knew Hermione was right. Neville's voice cracked. He will punish them, he whispered. The ones still in the castle. The ones under masks. Hermione's gaze hardened. Then we move fast, she said. We do not waste this opening. Ron pushed himself up. His shoulder screamed. He swayed slightly. Ginny caught his elbow without thinking, then let go like she hated being gentle. Can you walk? Ginny asked, voice sharp. Ron nodded, jaw clenched. Yeah, he rasped. I can walk. Hermione stood too, wobbling. Ron reached for her instinctively. Hermione took his hand without arguing, fingers squeezing hard like she was anchoring herself. They moved into the trees, keeping low, using thick trunks and brush for cover. Rain muffled sound. Mud grabbed their shoes. Ron's shoulder wound throbbed with every step, but the silence in his head stayed silent, and that felt like freedom. They had not gone far when the forest went cold again. Not as cold as the hut. Not as heavy as the trench. A warning cold. The birds stopped making noise. Ginny froze first, one half raised, then stopped herself again. Neville's breath hitched. Luna's head turned slightly as if she heard something the others did not. Hermione's grip tightened on Ron's hand. Her eyes darted toward the castle. Ron felt it too, the pressure at the back of his skull, faint but present now. Not the eye. Something else. A pulse ran through the ground, deep and slow, like the castle itself had breathed. Hermione swallowed. He is stabilizing, she whispered. Ginny's face twisted. Already. Hermione nodded, jaw clenched. We hurt him. We did not end him. Ron's throat went dry. He forced himself to keep moving, step after step, boots slipping, heart hammering. From the direction of the castle, a distant sound rolled through the rain. Not thunder. A roar. It started like grief and fury tangled together, then flattened halfway through into something calm and wrong, like someone had taken the human part out of it. Ron's stomach turned. Hermione's voice went low. He is angry, she whispered. Ginny's eyes burned. Good, she whispered back. Let him be angry. Neville's hands shook. He knows we did it, he whispered. Luna's voice was quiet, almost gentle. He knows he can bleed, she said. That changes everything. They pushed deeper into the forest, away from the lake, away from the tower's line, wet and shaking and alive. Ron kept one hand on Hermione's, and the other pressed against his shoulder wound, feeling each throb like a reminder. He could not hear the whisper anymore. But he could feel the storm behind them. And he knew, with a sick certainty, that Harry was going to come looking.